Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
You just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by
that's a fun topic.
Concrete Repair in Omaha. And Everlevel Concrete Deck up. What up?
Happer, hello.
Hello, everybody.
So what other schools would we compare to other dictators?
Okay, so I just said right as we were going on the air that Muammar Gaddafi was the Akron of dictators. Because
I was wondering why don't we talk more about
because he always hung around, but you could if you needed a guaranteed dub for your military, you're gonna get it.
Unless there's a lightning delay, then they'll take the money and run.
Right.
Nice.
Hussein, Saddam Hussein.
Was he a dictator?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because I only know him as.
I mean, we talk about him quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hussein?
We used to, anyway.
Oh, God. People would shut up about that guy.
I know people like to use Obama's middle name, and they said it in a tone.
They did say that.
He might.
The guy on the radio right now over there might have said it a few minutes ago.
Where's his birth certificate?
Man, if you want to talk about living rent-free in somebody's head.
That guy?
Yeah.
In that head?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
I
I hadn't heard that man's voice in months, and it was wafting over to our little area today. I was trying to listen to the Connor Happer show, the hype speech.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think Saddam might be the K-State of dictators.
See, what do you think about this? I was going to say like Texas Tech in the Mike Leach days where it's like, oh my gosh, there might be weapons. Oh my gosh, they might have a good offense, but then there never was. And they never, they didn't.
Oh, that's a good one. I like
never
that.
won anything of importance.
That's good. That's good.
Maybe Texas that one time. That was pretty fun.
Yeah. Okay. So Saddam can be the Texas Tech
Castro?
dictator. Ooh,
Castro's
man.
a blue blood for sure.
Castro.
Blue blood.
I think.
Well,
He's
lasted
one of the big ones?
He lasted a long time.
I mean, you know how many times our FBI and our CIA tried to kill him and they just couldn't?
Heck, we couldn't even have the cigars because they triggered him so much.
Impenetrable.
They tried to kill him
and
so
recession proof. The Ohio
Now,
State.
but his
Is
deal.
it Alabama?
No. Well, see.
What are we grading off of?
See, that's the thing.
Because I was going to say, I have a pick for Alabama.
Okay, well, hang on.
Honestly, I was
dominating murder machine. Have the
Pile tide.
Yeah.
Pretty.
The tide is high.
Under.
The dial is
Designated
Anyone who was wondering.
The tide is high. The tide is high.
So, can Pol Pot be Georgia
God.
then?
See, I don't know. I always forget about what
Pol Pot was basically
was he in the same era?
not as bad as Hitler, but very bad.
I mean,
I feel like we should talk. If we didn't have Hitler,
good dictator.
if we didn't have Hitler, I think we'd talk about Pol Pot like we talk about Hitler.
Was the guy who was the impaler? Was he a dictator?
Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah. What was Vlad up to? Was he a dictator or was he just like a king?
I think he was like a monarch. I think he was just a Russian monarch.
So we only really talk about who are the ones in your mind that we only talk about? I guess that's
Hitler,
the question.
Mussolini,
Hitler, Mussolini,
and
Castro,
Stalin.
Stalin.
And
Yeah, yeah.
Stalin.
Those are the Mount Rushmore.
We don't really
Mount
talk.
Rushmore
I mean,
dictators.
Castro. But the thing is, Castro never got into like any wars or anything. I mean, he was kind of isolated
There
on
was
his
a
island.
Cold War, John. That happened.
No, I know, but like a hot war.
Like
He
he
was
might not
never
be.
a hot
He
war.
might not be.
Well,
on
that's what they
another,
call it.
Like he's on ours because 90 miles off the coast.
Right.
It's
I mean,
right
he did have nukes.
I got it.
Who?
Castro was the Iowa of dictators.
Oh.
consistent.
Tell me why.
Consistent, always there.
Incredible defense.
But was yeah, he did. He was surrounded by
Pretty good
water.
special teams too.
Pretty good special teams.
Whenever Nebraska
the
plays
water.
Iowa, it is like the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Yeah, you couldn't get rid of him, but he was never a threat to.
That's
like,
your guy, Nick
rule.
Castro.
Oh, thanks,
Castro is the Iowa of dictators.
So Mustache Adam has given us some picks. He says Stalin is Alabama.
No,
Hussein is Miami. Napoleon is Kansas State.
Oh, people forget about Napoleon.
Castro is Michigan, and Mr. H is Notre Dame.
Now,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but
I don't think he liked Catholics either.
what about
he didn't. He didn't. But I'm sorry, Mr. H is Alabama.
what about Caesar?
Because we
Too much
get
winning.
the tide is Heil.
How do we feel about Caesar? Caesar was a dictator for a bit.
I'll be honest. I don't really know a whole lot about Caesar
I don't
beyond
either.
that he got killed the Ides of March, right? That's when he got
I feel
taken
like
out.
Caesar
point,
should be a
Nick.
blue blood.
To your point, Nick, I only really know about the top probably 5, 6, 7.
Is
Yeah.
Caesar Nebraska had a really good streak a long time ago, but then hasn't done anything since?
Oh no.
Well, but
The fall of Rome.
he died.
Yeah,
But Rome fell too.
Yeah.
Well,
You ever hear about the sacking?
yeah, but which Caesar are you talking about?
The OG, Julius.
No, Julius wasn't the dictator, wasn't he?
They
there
all-
was-
they-
Oh,
there
wait,
was-
you're talking about a
Did
different
Caesar
Caesar?
live
They
here?
all
There was a
kinda were.
Caesar right before the split happened when we got Eastern Rome and Western Rome, which is Constantinople. but it's
Which
really
one
Rome.
was? I
By the
can't.
way, Travis is asking about Kim Jong Il. Jordan wants to know about Osama bin Laden.
We got plenty of options.
Yeah, we really
do.
Well, okay, Bin Laden was not a dictator. He ran a terrorist organization.
that's
he never
different.
had a country. He never had a country.
Got taken out by his own as Caesar Penn State, says producer Josh.
Mm.
Julius Caesar is Penn State. I mean,
Now, was he a dictator?
see, that's the thing. They
Toward
did
the
have
end-
this. They did have the Senate.
They had the
It-
Senate, but I mean, that's what
I am the Senate.
that whole thing was about. That Rome fell because they got a dictator. They got corrupt.
Yeah, he was. Oh, wow. His job was dictator.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
My job is
I
dictator.
never
Well,
really
it's in
think
your
about him
job
that way.
title.
His job title is dictator
So when pe-
perpetuo?
so-
Perpetuo?
in
in
perpetuity.
perpetuity. So if people came up to him
I
and
know
said,
Latin.
"You're a dictator. You're always doing it," it's in my job title.
It
I'm
really
doing my job.
So-
it really
it
was.
says
What do you
so
want me to do?
on. It says so on Wikipedia.
What did
It
you think I
does.
was going to do?
Is having a pizza place named Little Caesars the equivalent of, I don't know, 500 years from now, a pizza
Little-
place called Hitler's?
Little Hitlers.
Oh, man, their
Lil
pizza's so
Hitler.
good, though. Hot and ready.
What would be their
don't make
slogan?
a joke.
I wasn't.
Don't
What
make a
would be their
joke.
slogan?
Happer was going
Don't
to.
make the joke.
No, I wasn't.
I saw his face.
You're the one who just said that.
I just was talking about pizza.
How do you make the
So-
pizza, though, Josh?
No.
Oh my!
Look at what Nick
This
did.
topic is over.
Remember yesterday?
This topic is
All
way
I wanted
over.
to do
This topic is way
was
over.
show super bad.
Yeah.
All I wanted to do was show super
You
bad.
can show it. Go ahead. You have
All right.
permission.
Should I read the email, John, that we got from our listener?
Yes.
This is like way different than what our
Thank
topic
God.
was. The
Okay,
topic
Connor
is-
and I are
God.
back.
Shift the gears.
Caleb
I have
emails
never
in.
turned my back on a crossover.
Caleb writes, "Hey guys, was Nick at a softball game last night? I think I saw him keeping scorebook.
Yes.
I was playing the team he was sitting with. I was dressed as Mario. It was a
What
fun game
the
last
Oh!
night.
hell?
One of the few times we are not playing in a sweaty team
Why
in a
were
rec
you not
league.
playing softball at a softball game?
They didn't need me
Why were you there?
Because he was
because my fiance was playing.
My
Oh.
fiance.
So,
making
This is actually
inappropriate
good.
jokes.
I have analytics about you, Mario.
Very
You
Yes.
suck at pitching against short people.
Nick, come on, man. This is one of our great listeners.
They beat us. They 17-12. They won, but Mario struggled against people who were shorter than, I don't know, 5'2".
He's got stuff going on, man.
Couldn't get in the strike zone. He
Who's
walked them.
shorter than 5'2"?
A couple people on the team.
Hmm.
By the
What
way,
kind of league is this?
Max says fastest Happy New Year ever.
No,
Fastest-
this will never be played again.
Probably
Do you,
should.
do you want us to just delete the stream and restart it like that one
Should
time
we
Happer?
restart
No,
because of
it's-
Nick's joke?
I didn't say he sucked as a person. He just was struggling pitching
Oh.
against people that were shorter than like 5'4".
Jimmy, who will never forget, writes, Nick thinks everyone
No,
sucks.
it's mostly just you.
Ah! The Nick Jimmy rivalry will never end. Mm-hmm.
But yes, I was there.
Nice.
Good job, Mario. Yeah, everybody in that league is kind of sweaty.
Well, yeah, because normally
What do you
softball
mean by
leagues.
that?
Well, yeah. I mean,
They're doing
what are they-
physical
Are
activity.
they walking?
Trying way too hard.
Are they walking to first base?
No, like when I was playing in Lincoln, we would play on Sunday, and those people like cleats, sometimes full pads for catchers, like they were in on it.
Oh,
No, John.
oh, no. Don't even tell me. Don't even.
Oh,
Look that
Oh.
name
Oh,
up.
no.
Look that name up. It may not be spelled exactly the same, but it's close
sorry.
enough.
That was the Tuesday night in Lincoln. That was super sweaty. But then we played on Sunday, and it was way more casual.
Huh.
People were trying a little less hard.
Oh.
Interesting.
In front of it.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. It was the email from the listener. It wasn't anything. Yeah, you were correct, John. Somebody referenced Mao, by the way. We didn't talk about Mao.
Oh yeah, you forget about Mal.
I don't
know how we're gonna recover. I'm worried that this, Nick, you might have to do the thing you.
The worst crossover we've ever.
Do we just want to restart?
Everybody
Do we want to
it's about the bird.
do we want to get rid of this stream and then just start
I'm
fresh?
worried.
We can just forget all of this happened.
Troy
Hey, I've come up with 2 good songs out of this segment. Connors and T.
I like the Mao.
Ooh. Wow. Happer, how was the show today?
Yeah,
It was good. I'm tired. It's been a long week.
It has,
I've
hasn't
been
it?
fighting the good fight.
Long week? Oh,
Been a lot
because
of
of
fight.
all the
A lot of
negativity.
fighting.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to John and I?
No, I think you guys
What?
are fine.
Yeah, Happer's on the other side of us with the concern level with Nebraska.
Yeah, I
football
think
right
they'll
now.
respond. I think they'll play well tomorrow.
You picked him to win by 20 or 17 or something?
14.
14 points.
I mean, it could happen.
Thank you, Chop. Are you guys picking them to lose?
It could also happen that Nebraska gives up 14 sacks.
It could. That could happen.
I thought about it,
Thought about what?
picking them to lose.
Oh,
I
but-
thought about it.
Do you
Then
know
you-
who did pick him
then
to
you
lose? No.
You?
No.
Jack?
Yeah.
No way.
Now
Whoa.
part of it was his reverse jinx.
What
he's
happened
just
to
being
Jack?
emo. I
Dude,
think
I
he's
talked
just
to
being
him-
emo.
Jack has not been tweeting about Northwestern this
I
week,
know.
and this has been the ultimate
Coach-
Northwestern build.
barely
Yeah, but
tweets
Coach
anymore.
Boyfriend is gone. That was his adversary. That
true.
wasn't. It wasn't so much Northwestern as it was Coach Boyfriend. Though I did get him fired up today because we went back to the 2000 Alamo Bowl,
I remember.
Oh,
and there was.
There you go. Watch it.
Oh, that's a good call. Let's do that
66-17 down. Dan Alexander just
because there was bad blood in that game.
bad.
It's bad.
A lot of bad blood in
Now,
that
why
game.
was there bad blood?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Isn't that a Taylor Swift song?
It
Nick?
is. We used to have
I have no
Mad
idea.
Love. Now we have Bad
Bad
Blood.
Love.
Actual lyrics
Hey.
from that song.
Wait, are you hating on Taylor Swift?
I'm hating on that song. It's
Nick
not a very
hates Taylor
well-written
Swift
song.
now. He doesn't
Is she
like her
too
as much as
mainstream?
he doesn't like her.
No.
There's okay. She's been way too mainstream for
No,
him.
Been
I think
mainstream. She was
Nick's
born,
out on her, but he's afraid to say he's out on a woman.
She was
That's
born in
not
the mainstream.
what it is. I'm
What
out.
is it?
I've explained this before.
Have you?
The older she gets, her songwriting still sounds like she's talking like she's a high schooler, and
Yeah.
it's weird.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
It's weird
No,
that it
what's-
seems like she's had no development
You'd like her to grow up?
emotionally. Yes, I would like more mature songs from Taylor.
Well,
Swift.
I mean,
She's getting married.
good luck getting any more emotional stability given who she is marrying.
Whoa, he's very emotionally stable,
There we go.
as evidenced by
I'm trying to figure out which one do we think is
being
going to
really
look better.
mad
Wow, well, they're the
all the
same.
time.
Well, this
Go to-
one has
go-
125,000
Go to
views.
Husker Vault.
Yeah. Oh, is that the one I clicked?
Oh, I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll see how it looks at the start.
It was a
This
good
is- I was
Will
like,
commercial.
whoa, this looks awesome.
Goodwill commercial looks good.
I
All right.
remember where I watched this game. Nick, you're wondering, and yes, I do remember what I ate that night. I had fudge because this was right after
just
Christmas.
fudge.
Well,
I had
among-
fudge.
Among other things, it was right after
You,
Christmas.
you just had
Ew.
fudge for dinner.
No, it was during the game. I had fudge during the game. It was a
Try
little
the
bad.
other one.
All right.
Try the other one. Let's just see.
All right.
Let's just see.
I had fudge during the game, Nick, because it was right after. Looks pretty much.
Oh,
the
it's
same.
the same
Well,
one.
we'll support Husker Vault.
Sure, why not? All right. So in this game, afterwards,
Yes.
I'm going to read from one of the column or not one of the articles that was written. I don't remember who did this. Forgive Carlos Polk for acting a little sassy after Nebraska's 66-17 domination of Northwestern. When a reporter asked the senior All-American linebacker if the Wildcats played like a high school team, Polk quipped, "No, more like a middle school team."
Nice.
Personally, I don't like the way they play. Brought a bunch of cheap shots. That kind of added fuel to the fire. I mean, we're used to getting held, but they were throwing punches and grabbing face masks. Later, Dominic Raiola said,
Oh, I know that guy.
Dommy.
"These
There he is, right
guys,
there.
these guys were
Maybe don't call him
disrespecting
Dommy.
us all week. We wanted to shove it down their throats, and that's what we did. They
Whoa.
tried to keep up with us, but
Hello.
they couldn't. I don't think they deserve to be Big Ten champions. I have no respect for them."
Whoa.
And then there was
Mm.
then there was the counter shots from Northwestern
Now,
media.
what can you say from media?
Yes.
Louis Bakir?
Because the talking was happening during the week.
Okay, like
there was
there
was some talking going on during the week, but it heated during the game.
Mm.
Leo Ebersole,
Who's that?
he wrote for the student
Archie
newspaper.
Eversole?
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Little pipsqueak student reporter.
Listen to this diss.
Okay.
His column was titled "Cheap Talk, Big Red Shows Its True Colors."
Ooh.
If the Cats wanted to take a cheap shot, they might have said something about Nebraska quarterback Eric Crouch's physical education major. I hear Blomquist is hiring Eric.
That is a great path to take. Northwestern, smarty pants school, nice major Eric Crouch,
But
who
was
did
it?
go on to have a successful career in playground building.
Bingo! Bingo! So he did what his major was.
Interesting. That's interesting.
So boom roasted Leo Ebersole.
yeah. Get smoked, Leo.
But yeah,
Ebersole.
Nebraska
I think I
was
found Leo.
spicy.
So it looks like he
Leo's
works.
got to be what, 40 now? 40, 50?
He'd be
He's older than me.
probably 45 because this is 25 years old.
Yeah,
Okay.
he according to his LinkedIn, he was at Northwestern between 98 and 2002. So he's probably about 10 years older than I am. So he's getting closing in on 50 now.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's he do now?
He works for a company called Abbott.
I wonder what Leo's major was. Probably
The elementary?
writing,
Master
journalism.
of Science and Journalism.
Interesting. And
Mhm.
he works at Abbott.
And he works at
I
Abbott.
mean,
Which
look
is
at,
the
look at
blood
Randy
donation.
Walker back then. He looked,
Well, he looks like Rick Moranis.
you know what he
Yeah, he
looks
does.
like? He actually looks like,
R.I.P..
remember the guy in the hat with the glass, the wire rim glasses in Raiders
Indiana
of the Lost?
Jones?
Yes.
Oh,
And his face melts
why did his face melt?
because he was a
Boom. Call back. This
You guys
guy,
are making fun of a dead person.
he used to. No, we're making fun of the dead Nazi.
It's okay to make fun of Nazis.
Well,
I was talking about the
especially if
coach.
they're
Well,
dead.
yeah, Randy Walker's dead too.
This guy worked at the Trib for looks like almost 14 years. Good
All
for
right,
him.
so he used his degree.
Yep. Good
So
job,
did Eric
buddy.
Crouch, though.
So
did
did
Eric Crouch.
This
and he's
Northwestern
still
team-
a Heisman. Wow. Look at spry young Michelle Tafoya.
Oh wow. God,
And
look
wow,
at
look at all the empty seats at that stadium.
So this Northwestern
It's
team,
early.
I forgot that they were in a three-way tie for first place in the Big Ten with Michigan and Purdue. They beat Michigan. Do you remember that game, that famous game against Michigan? 54-51. This was like the
do.
early days of the spread offense.
And here it is. Here's
Yeah,
the
I mean,
highlight.
Yep.
They're showing all these games. Northwestern scores over 40, and they're like late wins.
They
too.
scored 47 against Wisconsin,
Wisconsin.
double WT win. They scored 37 against Michigan State.
Had a Hail Mary against Minnesota to win, it looks like.
They beat them 41-35 at the Metrodome. They
Whoa,
beat
who
Illinois
do we have
61-23.
Whoa, is that Golick?
Oh my gosh, it is.
Is it?
Holy crap. Wow, his hair looks
Can you put a lower third up, please?
That's
ESPN?
that's Bill Curry, right? Yeah, it's
Nice.
Bill Curry.
Whoa.
John.
Look at the zoom in on
I
old
think that-
Bill. Billy.
Good grief, has Golick been out of retired from playing this long?
Oh gosh, he probably. Oh yeah, he was a 90s guy.
Damn.
Here's a question for you guys. What's your favorite sponsor of the Alamo Bowl of all time?
Great question. He
Well,
left
this-
the NFL in 93.
Oh, geez.
Samsonite,
Well, this
I was
one's
way off.
This one's Sylvania. What were the others?
Sylvania.
What were the other ones?
Okay, there's been Valero, which is
Ooh,
right now.
Valero.
I think there was MasterCard, maybe.
Oh.
MasterCard, because I think of the 2005 Alamo Bowl.
2005.
Look at
yeah.
Golick.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Hey, look at me. And now my kid. Now my kid's broadcasting.
You know, they always say that men age really well. I agree.
He really did.
He looks way better.
Yeah.
Like, no offense, Golick, but I think the salt and pepper and the beard. He's also lost.
He's
some
also
weight.
lost a lot. Of
Okay,
Yeah.
can you name? We've named three. Can you name the first sponsor
What
of
year?
the Alamo Bowl
Yeah,
from
when to win.
93 to 98?
Look, it's Dylon's dad.
Hmm.
93 to
You can definitely tell the
I'm gonna ask
family
for more
resemblance.
NIL later on.
Wow.
What?
If you get this, I'll be
Okay,
impressed.
then I'm not gonna guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
They
This-
were
Mitsubishi.
they were a 90s sponsor of Chicago Cubs baseball.
WGN.
No, not the television.
Is it a
network.
beer?
No, it is.
That probably couldn't have been a beer.
Is it the bridge
It's-
that Dave Matthews pooped off of?
It's
Sylvania.
Portillo's?
no, Sylvania's we named them
Oh,
already.
okay.
They are they're like a Lowe's or a Menards.
Oh, a store like that? Home Depot.
Nope.
No, Home Depot got in the game later.
Does anyone remember Builders Square?
No.
Oh, wow. That's what L Pay 23 right. I hate this.
Nice.
On YouTube now.
Me too.
Builder Square #1.
Okay, Builder Square, then Sylvania.
And then MasterCard.
And then
Then
MasterCard.
MasterCard, now Valero.
Wow, only
Valero.
four
So they're-
four
Well,
sponsors.
now
One.
Valero, I don't even know if I don't think they, according to Wiki, they don't have a sponsor right now.
Max says best bowl sponsor ever is Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
No doubt.
It is hard to beat that. It was perfect.
It's perfect.
The logos worked together.
It's perfect.
You know what I always think? See, I just think of bowls from my youth. The Nokia Sugar Bowl. Remember the Nokia Sugar Bowl?
Was it called the Fiesta Bowl before Tostitos? Then?
Yes.
It's just always
It's always been the
Bowl.
Fiesta Bowl.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Way
back in the day, they didn't have.
I'm kind of partial to the USF&G Sugar Bowl,
Oh
just
my gosh.
because no one ever remembers what
When
USF&G
Happer and I
meant.
were growing up, it was it like
The Sugar Bowl?
Alltel? No, sorry, I was thinking of the Cotton Bowl for some reason. Who was the Cotton Bowl? It was like a
AT&T.
Alltel, AT&T, yeah.
AT&T Cotton
Cotton Bowl,
Bowl.
I don't remember any Cotton Bowls because they did hardly exist.
Well, they were on so early.
Did
They were
any-
on early, and they usually were non-consequential games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did any orange juice ever get the Orange Bowl?
No, FedEx, baby.
See,
FedEx
that's
Orange
the
Bowl. That's the
goat.
good. That's
The
the
FedEx
best
Orange
Orange Bowl
Bowl.
sponsor.
Ah, what a bowl. The
If you could
FedEx.
go back, if you could pick like, you could take it from 2005, and it was just all of those bowl
Forever.
sponsors. That'd be great.
I would be a happy camper.
Just leave them there.
Yeah. Nokia Sugar Bowl, FedEx Orange Bowl, Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. Rose Bowl was always weird because it was the Rose Bowl presented by, and I remember one year it was PlayStation 3, and it was like,
That
this
was
is-
so
this is
odd.
unbecoming Rose
Isn't
Bowl.
it Vizio or something like that now?
Either that or maybe YouTube TV. It's some sort
It
of
used to be AT&T. That was
the Rose
first
Bowl
one.
did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Vizio. I feel
Vizio?
like it's Vizio.
Rose Bowl is currently sponsored. No, that was 11 to 14. It is now the Prudential Financial.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. So John is right. AT&T, and that wasn't until 1999.
Yeah, they held off the longest.
I was wrong. PlayStation 3 never did it, but PlayStation 2 did. in
And they haven't
2003.
changed their game time until this year.
Whoa. Oh, that's right. I forget. Did
It's
they
an
move?
hour earlier.
Wow, the sunset will be at the end of the game.
The sunset will be at halftime.
Oh, that's right. No,
It's an hour.
it's an hour earlier, so the sunset will be later in the game, right?
No, the game is earlier.
I think the game is earlier.
I
So
thought
that
the
means
game-
the
I thought
sunset
the
will be
game-
later in the game.
I thought the game got moved
No,
back.
That means the sunset will be earlier. in
That's
the-
impossible, Happer. If you move away from the sunset, if the sunset is at,
You're right.
Yes, I was
You're right.
like, wait a second, am I
the
going crazy?
sunset doesn't move with the game time.
It does not, much to their chagrin.
What if it did though?
The Rose Bowl could do it if there was ever a thing.
The sunset would be later in the game.
The
Like the
sunset
fourth
will
quarter
be
now.
after the game.
Haha. Unless it goes to overtime.
This is terrible.
Remember so Nick, do you know about this? COVID happens.
Oh my God.
The Rose Bowl's not in California.
They
move it to-
had the sunset on the screen.
on the
didn't they?
screen in Dallas.
Uh-huh.
Gerald World.
The dumbest crap I've ever
One of
seen.
the most disgusting displays.
I hate that whole
Remember when the
incredible.
Masters was in August or whatever it
Oh,
was?
it was October.
November. I thought it was November.
Oh yeah, it was November. Yeah.
Yeah, it was late. It was way late.
Terrible.
Oh, this is
Oh.
another one where if you squint your eyes, you can read.
Look
I
at
think
Russ
Dan
Oakstein.
Alexander is about to truck somebody on
Hell
this
yeah.
drive.
By the way, I forgot about how much I love these ESPN graphics. These are solid graphics.
It's
Dan,
brought to you
Wayne,
by
Missouri.
Bex.
Dan Alexander is going to rush for a bowl record 240 yards in this.
Yep,
Holy
240.
God.
I think it's what 28 carries for
Option.
240.
Pitch it.
Crouch ran for a cool 95 in this game.
Right there,
Oh.
bam!
Dude, he pitched that so late.
They didn't care.
I
Did
miss-
this bull
God
matter?
dang, he was huge.
He was jacked.
Bulls, back then, Bulls kind of still mattered, even though they didn't.
Okay.
Like, Nebraska wanted to whoop them.
Okay.
Like, there
Yes,
was no, and
Nebraska was
Northwestern
mattered.
motivated to kill them.
This
Yeah.
mattered.
Look at
Even
how
though
late he
This
pitches.
is a-
Great move right here. And then he still pitches.
I mean, okay, so look at this. So the linebacker ignores Crouch, goes straight to the fullback,
uh-huh.
targeting.
Fullback
And you see
sheds
slow
him.
down a little bit.
and the fullback is still leading the eye back on the pitch.
Crazy.
So he is between Crouch and Alexander on the pitch, and he still delivers it. And then Alexander runs for 15 yards and trucks a guy.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool.
David texts in.
They did not cover the option well.
Thing I remember about Dan Alexander is he took more steps than any running back I've ever seen. Most running backs would take one step and he would have 33 in the same space. You hated his running style.
I hated it because he was great in a straight line, but if
Good move.
he literally there was that famous Colorado touchdown
Oh, trap.
where they ran an option.
Oh my God. And he outruns Ben Kelly.
Well, that was a different play, but he had another play where I think they're running to the wide side of the field.
And he's like this?
And he almost runs out of bounds because he looks like a UPS truck going too fast off the interstate because he is leaning way the frick over because he cannot keep his balance.
Frank has a great shirt on.
That whole look is good.
That's a great shirt.
Yeah. The shirt's good. The hat's good.
Yeah. Nice job.
Nice. Oh, there you go.
Touchdown.
Oh, my God. He was untouched.
Easy peasy.
Untouched by human hands.
You know, this is an era, and I know we talked a lot about the stripes on the pants. This is a good era for Husker look. The polos are good.
Yeah.
I miss the little Nebraska on the jersey.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
It was only there for a few years, but I thought that was a cool look. Oh, man. They are going to.
It really is, when you think about it, amazing how much everyone cared about it. I mean, it was just what we did back then, but really, I mean, it's a disappointment.
And
because
be
this game,
red end zone,
because they
lost to Kansas State late in the year.
Yeah. So this was the year they were number 1. They go down to Oklahoma. They're leading 14-0.
31-0 run.
And then 31-0 run.
Terrible.
And they lose to Oklahoma.
But then they keep winning.
But they get back in the race. They go down to K-State.
Snows.
They're getting beat. But in the fourth quarter, Alexander goes off. And it's one of the few times I can remember that Nebraska dominated a fourth quarter. But then Michael Beasley?
Michael Bishop.
No. It was Jonathan Beasley, the quarterback, led a late scoring drive. And
29-28.
And K-State won in the snow.
And so they won the North.
So Nebraska never got the rematch
because everybody thought that. Everyone thought Oklahoma and Nebraska were playing twice, the winner's going to go to the Natty, you know?
Yeah.
And instead, Oklahoma played Kansas State twice, and they beat them. The second game was really
And
close.
remember, they almost lost to Colorado, but Crouch led the drive. Or no, Crouch led the drive.
He hits Newcomb on a great pass.
And then Josh Brown hit the walk-off field goal.
Yeah, because Colorado goes for 2 at the end of the game, and then they kick it out of bounds. And Gary Barnett, I mean, he is so mad at the end of that. He is so triggered. But they go right down the field, and it's like a 20-yarder field goal. It's like so easy.
Yeah, Colorado got their revenge the next year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
They made Nebraska pay. Nebraska had lived on the wild side versus Colorado for 5 years.
Yeah, it was a while, yeah.
And
God, there was nobody there.
Oh, man. This team was really good.
They were.
Because they also had the Notre Dame game early in the season. And this is the year we talked about it recently. This is the year against Baylor, right? Where they have the 4 100-yard rushers. This is that season? Or was that the next year?
That was the next year.
God, Baylor was so bad.
They were
so bad during that time.
They had they had Dan Alexander. They had Carell Buckhalter. The defense, little step back, right? Because the Browns aren't there anymore.
Taste your own medicine.
Uh-oh. You're going to get destroyed. Is that McPherson? Maybe that was Lornell
He
McPherson.
piggybacked him for half a yard.
You're allowed to piggyback.
Jump on top.
Look at all those nerds. Mike Greenberg's probably there cheering them on.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wilbon.
Go Northwestern.
Whoa. Otson says, I was there, John.
Yeah, he had his shirt painted. Or it is a chest painted.
At this game?
Yeah.
What?
And he got his nipple pinched by a woman in the stadium.
Congrats.
Yeah, that's what Josh said to me today.
That is exciting.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Color me impressed.
Shout out to you, Otson. Hey, you want a nipple pinch?
I don't think she probably asked.
Oh, okay.
That'd be my guess.
Good for him, man.
This team,
Please get consent before pinching nipples.
Always.
Well, I mean,
no flag.
Look at him whining. Just look at me. Oh,
dude, their players are so tiny.
Joe Walker's throwing his hands up, saying, "Nope, didn't do it."
Compared to
and
Nebraska,
now he's wagging the finger. I mean, I would love to have heard the trash talk.
This is great.
Game.
Yeah, this is really good.
They are. I mean,
Northwestern is so good at being exactly this team. Like we are going to annoy you. We're good in our own little specific way.
Wow.
Now keep in mind, but this team had tons of offense. I mean, they put up big numbers this year.
Yeah, because they didn't have to play Nebraska every week.
They got to play big bad Nebraska. They're great at playing that card.
I believe
little baby Northwestern.
I believe the pull quote from Tom Chattel from this game was
nerds.
It's too bad.
Wow.
It's too bad Nebraska wasn't in the Big Ten.
I was just going to make a same joke.
Garbage
Nebraska
conference.
joined the league at the wrong time.
Yeah.
You know,
if they would have joined in the 90s, it would have been over.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that would have been great. They could have whooped Michigan's ass in 97 and no debates would have needed to be had. Would have been nice.
I mean, the only team that was.
Yeah, just enjoy this drive because this is about as good as it's going to get.
I mean, that was like an Ohio State, the rare Ohio State kind of little slippery.
This is the last year for John Cooper.
Correct.
Yeah.
He got fired after.
And then Wisconsin was good in the early part of the 90s, and that's.
And this is when Ferentz had just taken over the year prior.
Mm-hmm.
And Iowa was really
It was just a weird era for the Big Ten.
Yeah.
It really was.
Neither of these teams like to throw much, do they?
No.
Northwestern more
Northwestern
than
would throw, but Nebraska no.
Yeah, this is an era where Nebraska
I'm glad the Big 12 is not like that anymore.
Pass the ball? Why would we do that?
Throw ball. I like
why
ball
throw
go
pass
far.
when running do same?
Man, it's so weird to look at an Ohio State season where they have 4 losses. It's just like such a strange
Doesn't make any
occurrence.
sense.
They lost to Minnesota at home.
Minnesota.
They got beat by 12 at home to Minnesota. What on
Imagine
earth?
that.
I literally, well, I can't around here. I cannot imagine Ohio State losing to Minnesota today by 12
No.
at home.
No.
That'd be the weirdest occurrence. They would fire Ryan Day on the spot.
Probably.
What a different time. Miss these times.
Probably.
Sad.
I mean,
Great shirt,
if
The little on
Great
the, on the
Yes.
good stuff.
I hope
What?
that Dom remembers this game, and I hope he got into his son's ear this week
Dom hype speech.
and said, "I hate these." Because remember, they haven't played Northwestern since the Rayolas came back
That
into our
is
lives.
true. They did not play.
So he
last
doesn't.
year.
I mean, and I'll bet you he still
Harbors
harbors
ill will.
resentment to Northwestern. He
Let's
just
go.
comes across as that kind of guy. I hope he has
him in
gotten
there.
into the ear of his kid.
Step up
and
in the
said,
pocket, son.
We should have had Dom
you
on
guys
this
better
week
kick
to
the
talk about
living
the game.
crap out of these guys.
Friend of the Happer Show.
Yes.
You should have had him on. That's a good call.
Should have had him on.
Bummer.
and then he
talk
can
about-
finally tell us what his real last name is.
Is it Raiola or Rayola?
It's
Because-
Raiola.
Because he says
Raiola.
it different ways on NBC's Sunday Night Football.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
That was such a funny drop when we did that comparison a
Yes.
couple years ago.
Rayola,
I still call him
Raiola.
Raiola. John still calls him Rayola.
I've always been a Ray guy.
I feel like I switch.
It was
Yeah.
Ray.
Code switching,
It was
Nick?
Ray when he was playing.
I always thought it was Ray when he was playing.
No, it was Rayola
I just
when
put
he was playing.
I put the Ray and the Rye in a key bowl and I pull out whatever.
Maybe that's why he got so under.
Under your
They got under his skin.
They were calling him Rayola the whole
They were
game.
calling him
Rayola,
Rayola. Oh, who came off the edge and smacked him?
Rayola.
Oh, it was KVB.
He's like, I'm
Kyle
a Rozark guy.
Vandenbosch.
Kyle Vandenbosch. That
That's
guy
a
was
guy.
good. He had a
He
cup
was
of coffee
good.
in the pros, did he not?
He was good. Yes, he was.
Was one of the Kelseys on this team?
He was a Detroit Lion. Yes.
Chad or Chris? Which one was older?
Well, there he is right there, 57.
I think that's Chad. I think Chad was.
Which one was the tight end?
I thought they were both NFL or defensive guys. Were they not?
Yeah.
Chad, the older one was the better one. No, okay, this is Chris then.
This is
Because
Chris.
Chad was already in the pros. He was on the Steelers in 1999.
All right, who's going to light
The
somebody
Kelsey
up?
boys. Oh,
Yeah. All right.
Jason Lore.
Whoa.
Good
Yes.
job, John.
Jason Lore. Lauren Kaiser. I covered his state basketball team. They won state
Oh.
title.
Congrats.
Wow.
Lauren Kaiser. This is a good team.
Yes, it is. They were number one.
This is a good team.
John, I can't wait to be as old as you so I can say things like that.
Well, you'll be saying things like, geez, man, they didn't show up for this game. They didn't show up for this game.
When we watched the Minnesota game in
25
25
years.
years,
Whoa.
I'm going to have a conniption.
How old will you be in 25 years?
How old am I right now?
I don't know, 32.
33.
You'll be able
I
to
believe.
tell your kids, hey, that play-by-play announcer is the new morning guy on Fox News. He's
Actually,
90.
I don't know.
He's 96, but he's still going.
Okay. All right.
John, you'll be.
You'll be
Dead.
dead.
Whoa.
No, John will be alive.
John will be
John's a
alive.
young man.
Yeah,
79.
You're healthy, John.
John, I'll call you. Well, you could come on the show.
What show?
My show here at 1620 The Zone.
Will you be in that studio?
They're
Nope.
And the equipment's still in the basement.
I'll get an email about how it's coming soon. But
Mr. Bones will still be waving around. on
Sorry,
the
John, I
roof.
can't hear you. The headphone amp still crackles.
Mm.
oh, look, the ticker's on there.
Whoa,
The
you
Dolphins
think?
won.
Yeah,
The
but-
Dolphins won.
They
But
beat the Colts.
but notice it's only
What?
going to happen twice an hour. They're going to run quick through these scores and then it's gone.
Oh, Toronto.
It does take up a lot of space, though. John.
It does take up a lot of space.
Presented by Walmart.
And this was pre-HD. Right?
Oh, way
well,
pre-HD. Pre-HD for everybody, except for like a chosen few.
Yeah.
HD.
I don't know if this game.
Not for.
I bet this game wasn't even done in HD.
Absolutely.
What
not.
day of the week? This is a Saturday night, right?
No, it was a weeknight.
Really?
Because remember, what was the bull week called?
It's called Bowl Week.
Feast week.
Feast. Yeah, all those.
No,
types
Feast
of
Week is the week of
That's
Thanksgiving. And isn't that what that's college basketball?
Yeah,
that's Feast
John
Week.
and I were emailing about basketball stuff today.
Now they're showing NBA scores right now, and they're at
schedule stuff.
They're at half, and the highest score I'm seeing is 54. Were they only scoring 54 points
in what?
The NBA?
Yes, this is
it's a low scoring era.
You're starting to get into the pain territory for the NBA.
We're post Michael Jordan. We're pre LeBron.
You are correct. It was a Saturday, December the 30th.
They had an NFL score on there, and I thought
Saturday.
Oh,
good call.
Yeah.
God, it felt. I could have
College
swore this
ball
game
is
felt
high
like it was a
scoring.
weekday.
The good teams are, Nick, because look, they're playing non-conference slop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, 27-30.
Yeah, and this is end of December.
Yeah. Oh, these are
Oh, Seton Hall, welcome to the Big East.
Postponed due to snow.
Syracuse, welcome to the Big East.
A basketball game was postponed due to
It was an
snow?
outdoor game, Josh. They didn't have a dome.
Oh, I see.
Cincinnati lost to Toledo. Idiots.
Wow.
Oh, Maryland Eastern Shore
Maryland
still
was
being
in the
the Big East.
They were in the ACC back then.
That's
Welcome to
right.
the ACC.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
We should probably go.
What's Creighton doing on this day?
Playing in the Missouri Valley like a bunch of goobers.
Whoa, that's.
I went to the games though, so I supported the goobers.
Yeah.
All right.
Great crossover.
Great crossover. We just wish we
Powered
could
by.
Happy New Year it
I
but
don't think so.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. It's a Friday, one beer Friday Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
It's football season, so grab your friends and make Sky Bar and Grill your football HQ. Feel like you're in the games while watching our massive TV walls and large screen TVs. Enjoy all your favorite beverages and food options with your group and place your bets with a PFC Sportsbook to cash in. All with the friendliest service around. Get in the game at Sky Bar and Grill, located inside Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more at Prairie Flower Casino, just minutes north of downtown Omaha. Must be 21. Please bet responsibly.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Better hope overreaction's over long before the Creighton pregame.
Overreaction.
Well, it's the pregame show. It's shoot around after overreaction.
I don't think there is a shoot around.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I thought there wasn't a shoot around before this.
What time is your game?
Let me
6?
look. I have the Josh Odson count. Oh,
Is there a shoot around?
It goes all the way to November. That's why I was looking wrong.
You were looking at the wrong day.
Oh,
Gotta scroll
never
up.
mind. It's changed. There
So
is a
it's-
shoot around, so it'll go from Big Red overreaction
To shoot around.
to shoot around.
That makes way more sense. What
Yes.
time is the game tomorrow? 6?
6.
Okay.
My pregame at 5:30.
Well, we're going to have a hard out then. We're going to say a hard out so we can get Austin on the air. Austin is on the air at 3:30.
I seem to recall that there was a similar circumstance, and I don't remember the game, but whoever the hosts were, and it wasn't me, because I remember driving to Omaha, listening to the end of Overreaction
and a handoff.
before the handoff to shoot around, and I'm pretty sure it was a Nebraska loss.
Uh-oh. Are you jinxing me? Are you saying we're going to deal with a...
I'm not jinxing you.
I might
I'm
change
just
my
saying,
score prediction right now.
I'm just telling you what I remember.
For the
This
graphic
is-
today, just make it say NU, and I'll decide by the time the game we
Nice.
predict which NU it's
Well, that
actually
doesn't
gonna
do
be.
Can I-
any good.
Can I be honest? This was one of the hardest score predictions I've had to come up with this season.
Really?
Yeah.
This was actually one of the easier ones for yours truly.
I got my score prediction like 3 days ago. I
It
think.
ultimately came down to one specific factor.
Oh,
I can't
Eric.
wait to dig into it later.
Eric threw an interception.
No, Eric, no. So
All
we'll
is
hand it
lost.
off at 4:30 tomorrow. Then.
Yes.
We'll give Austin an hour. Barring an overtime, we'll go on as long as it takes to get to 4:30. We'll give it to Austin, and he'll do a great job. We have no doubt about that. A great job, a live edition of the show tomorrow.
Man, so we're going to be just going nonstop, baby.
Wow.
16:20 the pregame, then the game,
Yep.
and then
Which
the
we are not
postgame,
legally allowed to air, so we
then
won't.
the pregame,
Yep.
and then my game, and
And
then
Post game. Wait, is McMaster doing a post game tomorrow too?
I don't believe that is scheduled.
That's probably a fair thing. Is it on television?
It is not on television. It will be available on the GoCreighton.com stream
Oh, with your voice?
with my voice.
Do you have a partner tomorrow?
That would be
Nick
yes, my regular partner, Taylor Stormberg.
Taylor Stormberg. Awesome. That'll be great.
We have
Should we take it? You want to do the other stuff first?
No.
Go right to it.
Let's go to Andy.
Andy.
Hello, Andy.
Yeah, how's it going, you guys?
What
Very
up?
good. You now, no pressure, but we normally don't take calls in the first segment.
But
so
we're intrigued by Nick's call screen note. It says, "Once your opinion," and I love giving my opinion.
All right, go for it.
Well, okay. So I do have I'm sorry, I'll try and be quick with this.
No, don't worry.
But I wanted you guys. What was that?
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
You know, I just wanted your opinion because all this like mafia stuff and sports gambling thing is like crazy.
Yes.
And like honestly, like I almost feel like this has opened up the doors to having people do it more often. Because it's so easy to not hit. I mean, this has been happening for a really long time. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you just say, "Hey, tonight, just don't get 15 points. Hey, don't get eight boards. Don't get like this is a huge deal." a huge deal for betting. It's a huge deal for sports, and it's not only going to affect the NBA, but yeah, I could see how, you know, the mob, you know, you got the Lucchese, the Gambino, you got the 5 families.
Lucchese, the Gambino. You got to say it like that, Andy.
No, but seriously, like we have all these Italian families who are part of the 5 families who apparently are in this too. I'm not surprised. But
Michael took care of
this opens the doors. I just want to ask you guys what your opinions are on this.
Andy.
Wow.
Andy,
Thanks, Andy.
I mean, it's kind of a heavy question, but let me and thanks.
Yeah, we
got to
get to the Grum down.
Thanks for the call.
And our guest.
Yesterday, I thought Todd Furman had the right answer.
What did he say?
These things are more apt to be caught today than ever before because there are more eyes on it.
Sure.
Because prior to the legalization of sports gambling, this kind of stuff could have taken place underground. No one catches it. No one tips it off. But now it's easier to be caught because more people are watching the performance of the players, how it's done. And there are red flags. I mean, like Todd said, the odds that these games or these props were bet at like a FanDuel or DraftKings or even at one of the Vegas books is very short, because usually when a book sees a lot of action on one specific player prop, that sends up the first red flag. So it was probably, the bets were probably happening underground. But because there is the legal side of it, and there may have been bets similar to it at the actual sports books, they're keeping an eye on all this stuff. So in his opinion, and I tend to agree with him, this stuff's getting caught better than it would have been caught had this been taking place 10 years ago.
I agree with that. My concern, and our good friend of the Grum, Jay Busby from Yahoo, he wrote a column today titled, "How Can We Trust the NBA Right Now?" And I thought in there he brought up a really good point where the NBA cleared Terry Rozier of gambling-related wrongdoing only for the FBI to then come in and get him in an indictment on the exact same thing. And so you worry right now on the NBA, who has long been accused of not being on the up and up, right? There was the Donahue scandal.
Yeah.
People still think that Michael Jordan got suspended because of his gambling, and some of the fallout regarding that. If I'm worried about something right now, it's not that sports gambling is legalized and that this is opened up for more of these situations. I'm with Todd. It's good because now we're able to flag it faster. My concern is that more athletes and coaches than I ever would have imagined when it was legalized a few years ago seem to be involved. I never would have guessed that because I thought the Black Sox scandal of 1919 and I thought the Pete Rose scandal were like such monumental tentpoles in the history of sports in America. And the consequences are so harsh, and that the players today make so much more money, certainly than like a shoeless Joe Jackson did or even a Pete Rose did. I just thought there's no way that they would get involved with that to sully the reputation or to potentially get banned from sports. I was obviously wrong on that. And that's, I think, the scary part, because I watch sports because I want it to be on the up and up. When you lose that, you become boxing. You do not want that. I don't want the NBA to turn into this thing where it's like, I don't believe it. Like, did you read the thing that happened at the end of that Celtics game in March of this year where they were up by 8 points and there was this dumb, useless foul for no reason?
Yeah.
At the end of the game, the Celtics make 2 free throws. They win by 10. Guess what the point spread was? 9. That's weird. Why did that happen? And so, like, that's the stuff that I would be worried about right now as a sports fan in general, but certainly as an NBA fan as well. Wow. I didn't think we'd have that take in the first segment.
By the way, just so we get them all in, because I don't want any of the 5 families to be disrespected. You got the Gambino, the Banana, the Colombo, the Genovese, and the Lucchese families.
Nice. Good job, John.
But again, I thought Michael took care of the heads of the 5 families,
well,
and it was just the Corleones.
Yeah, it's a different time, John.
It is a different time. Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Oh my gosh, look at that first bullet point.
Can the Cats drive the first nail in the rule era coffin?
Golly, what on earth,
what
Nick?
the hell?
Can you make
I told you that the 5 families are involved in everything.
The negative boys. We get a can of a graphic. I mean, that's a good idea for a graphic.
We got the man on the call. Connor Onion of Fox Sports will join us.
Nice get, Nick.
We're going to look at Dylan versus the good and versus the bad. We do have an update on the Penn State coaching search.
Oh, he's rising out of the coffin to leave. He's going to a new coffin home.
College and NFL weekend previews. Kent's Movie Club today will be funny people.
Will it?
Whoa.
Bet trends, key party, predictions, our Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell, and it's a cross-strain One Beer Friday. Send in the pics of what you are drinking this weekend. We got a great variety of cross-strain in the fridge. I got my eyes on that Italian lager.
Italian lager.
I told you that it's a Campinos and it's on the banana. They said it takes you to get the lager.
I've been looking at the sour.
The way to send us pictures.
IPA.
Send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Nick is going to pick one at random this weekend. So if you don't get it to us today, you can send your picks through the weekend.
You got all weekend.
One Beer Friday.
A One Beer Friday is a state of mind.
It is. And then Nick will pick one at random, $25 gift card to Cross Strain Brewing, the brewer of Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft brew of the Huskers.
And did you see, you teased this last week, like they might be having a new location opening up. They announced their new location coming in 2026, 180th and Maple, which is not far from where I live.
Yeah.
So that is going to be awesome. So happy for all of our friends at Crosstrain.
Before we get to Connor Onion, we have a lot of stuff to give away today. We have $50 to Woodcliff.
Yes.
$50 to Woodcliff. They're just west of Omaha, south of Fremont. They got great burger specials. They got the Friday fish fries. Got the lakeside view, all that stuff. Great stuff. $50. That's our zone deal today, by the way, at 1620thezone.com. So we got $50 to that, or pair of tickets to see tomorrow night's Creighton, Colorado State men's exhibition game. Your choice while supplies last.
Tight.
And how you will get it is when you are caller 6, as in 66, as in the number of points Nebraska scores in this Alamo Bowl that we are rewatching.
They're trailing. This isn't good, John.
Don't worry. It'll change.
Okay.
When you are caller 6, after you hear this.
Whoa.
Because every every stinking cat-based college football team uses the same stupid sound effect to celebrate a first down. You will not hear this in Memorial Stadium because they don't play it.
Unless somebody hacks the system.
Pray they don't.
Why would you give ideas?
I mean, that would be kind of funny. I'd laugh.
So while supplies last, $50 to Woodcliff or Creighton men's basketball exhibition tickets for tomorrow night at 6 p.m. versus Colorado State.
Let's go.
When you hear, and that will be throughout the entire program.
The next time you hear it, that's when we're starting.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. That's the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. And at USC 1620, need to do a poll question.
Okay, I'll get it up.
Pick me a winner, Bobby.
Let's do it.
Nebraska Northwestern, the spread is 7. Oh, 7.
I'll
7
check.
or 7
We'll get the updated for the
We'll get the
question.
updated one.
Okay.
Thought I saw 7 this morning. So there you go. Betty Busy Grum.
Body.
But coming up next, the man who will be on the call for Fox tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., Connor Onion, will join us. And we'll get his thoughts on both of these teams and the storylines in this game. They are aplenty.
Oh, yeah.
Happy One Beer Friday. Glad you could start your weekend with us here on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, we've got your coverage. It's the 1620, the sandwich. We are the bread. The game is the meat. We have 1620, the pregame, starting things off at 8:30 tomorrow morning with myself and Michael Severe from the Blur Events tailgate. And then immediately after the game, Josh and Matt will have Big Red Overreaction from our studios in Omaha. And hopefully it'll be a better experience than it was last Friday night for both Josh and Matt. The person that is responsible for that, of course, just like the weatherman is responsible for the weather, the play-by-play man on television is responsible for the outcome of the game. And that responsibility this week lies on Connor Onion of Fox Sports. Connor, I hope you are ready for this weighty challenge.
You guys sound like the people in Happy Valley after 2 weeks ago. They were starting to call me the Reaper after we did Penn State Northwestern. So, I accept the challenge again, going to Lincoln this week.
Bowl eligibility is going to the winner, and you mentioned you had Northwestern a couple weeks ago against Penn State. Did you see this as even being possible for Northwestern, let's say, late September?
No, I didn't. Honestly, after their first game, I didn't really see any of this being possible. You know, Preston Stone, their quarterback, threw 4 picks in that game. They lose to Tulane, and I thought, you know, maybe they were in for another 3-9, 4-8 type season like last year. But they had some moments against Oregon, but still kind of was along that same line of thinking of could be a long year. But man, it really changed my mind 2 weeks ago at Penn State when they did what they did.
Connor, we have spent a lot of time over the last couple of days discussing this run game for the Wildcats and how interesting it is that no matter if they're getting just a few yards a pop or maybe breaking out for an 8 or 9 yard carry, like they're just happy to run the football upwards of 40 plus times a game. They ran it 50 times last week. What has impressed you, or maybe what stood out to you about the running operation from the Northwestern offense this season?
You know, I didn't think that we'd be talking about Northwestern running the ball more than Iowa at this part of the season. But that's what's happened, at least in conference games, and especially the case when Northwestern lost their lead running back, Cam Porter, who's now out for the year and is kind of he's their emotional guy, kind of the bell cow, somewhat similar to what Emmett Johnson is to Nebraska. But Caleb Komolafe, Joseph Hyman, kind of the thunder and lightning dynamic, with Komolafe being the downhill guy and Hyman being the guy that they like to get on the edge. So I think that makes for a really interesting day for Nebraska after not tackling very well last week and not stopping the run most of this year very well. I'm looking at Elijah Judy tomorrow in the middle of that defense. And obviously Javen Wright has been a tackle machine, but all of Northwestern's best runs against Penn State a couple weeks ago were off their center, Jackson Carcello. So it's on guys like Judy and Wright tomorrow to kind of change the narrative around what Nebraska has been as a run defense.
Fox Sports' Connor Onion, who will be on the call with Mark Helfrich tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. It's so easy to sleep on Northwestern because, well, let's face it, it's Northwestern. And David Braun doesn't have the reputation built up like Pat Fitzgerald did for so many years. Besides the patience in the run game, what is Northwestern's next greatest attribute?
I would say it's how hard they hit on defense. You heard it from Nebraska's staff this week here locally and some of their media availability, how sound they are, how smart Northwestern's defense is, which I feel like is kind of a cliche coming from Northwestern. We assign them as the smart team a lot, but this is back-to-back games that with how hard they hit on defense, they've knocked the other team's quarterback out of the game. You know, they hit Drew Aller hard enough at Penn State that he ended up unfortunately getting injured and ending his season. And then they knocked Purdue starter out of the game last week. And it's not dirty stuff. It is very, very fundamental from Northwestern on defense. But they really bring it. It's simple, but they want to make you throw the ball underneath, and they want to come up and hit you really hard, which is, I would say, their second greatest attribute behind running the football.
Connor, going back to what you said earlier in the interview about what's unfolded over the last month, I wonder what you attribute that to, happening to. I was in the building for their home opener. I was helping out with the BTN coverage, and I remember watching them against Western Illinois thinking, all right, this is a team that, by late October, I think Nebraska should be able to take care of. I don't feel that way today. What have you seen? Because the very next week, they play really well against Oregon, I thought, in a loss where you lose by 20. But we've seen Oregon run, worse teams, better teams off the field in a way that they were unable to do so that Saturday afternoon in Evanston.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I think what Northwestern thought from having a few conversations with their coaches is that, we have this shiny new toy at quarterback that was, in some rankings, a 5-star recruit out of high school. In a lot of cases, a 4-star recruit, but this highly recruited guy that they're getting from SMU and Preston Stone, and maybe that can change their identity. But whether it was Fitz's team, Pat Fitzgerald's teams, or early David Braun teams, that's not who they are. They're not going to all of a sudden turn into, an air raid Texas Tech type team. But I think that was an identity check for them early in the season of, we can't put this all on the shoulders of our quarterback. Let's rest on the identity of what we are, and that's the running backs and their offensive line. So I think that was the biggest change, especially out of their bye week, right after you saw them, was they went back to that, and it's obviously worked really well with 4 straight wins.
Fox Sports' Connor Onion joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. If my math is correct, 3 more sacks is all it would take for Nebraska to exceed what they allowed last year in Big Ten play. And this is only game 5 coming up tomorrow, 5 of 9. To see this team who has given up so many sacks, not to dive too much into, how you're going to stack your broadcast, but that has to be like storyline A tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah. You guys have watched and listened and seen enough sports to know that usually you come on the air on TV and it's, hey, let's tell you about the quarterbacks. So it's not often. It's, hey, let's show you right guard Rocco Spindler. But we obviously are going to show pretty shots of Dylan Raiola when we come on the air tomorrow, but probably tag it with, hey, these 5 guys got to play better up front. And, it's not the sexiest thing to talk about, but I think it is. The story is giving up the 9 sacks last week. And what the coaches have said this week for Nebraska is right. It's not just those 5 guys. Dylan Raiola held the ball for over 3 seconds per throw last week. Emmett Johnson got pushed across state lines on a couple of those pass pros. And it's a huge story. So we're going to start the show with exactly that.
Yeah, Connor, you haven't had a chance rather to talk to the coaches just yet in terms of your on-site production meetings, but I am curious about that type of questioning, or I guess what you're hoping to gain insight on, because Matt Rule, he has obviously seemed very frustrated with those questions this week, which makes sense, and you figured that frustration is more directed at what is happening on the field and not the people asking the question. So I'm wondering how you're approaching that and what you're hoping to learn as it pertains to tomorrow and beyond.
Yeah, Dana Holgerson, the OC, has hinted at getting the ball out of Dylan Raiola's hands faster. So I'm curious, how does that mean? More screen game to Ja'Cory Barney? Does that mean Emmett Johnson's even more involved in the pass game than he already is? Do they change personnel at all? I know this part of the season, you kind of have who you have up front. But do we see, I don't know, maybe more Turner Corcoran, or do we see Tyler Knock, even if Rocco Spindler can play and can tolerate the pain from getting hurt last week? So some of it's personnel, some of it's obviously the scheme of, how exactly they're going to roll out what they said publicly this week, since it was kind of baseline.
Connor Onion, who will be on the call tomorrow for FS1. part of what Rule said this week, and something that's kind of stuck with me all week, was the idea of accountability and entitlement. That he even had to warn some of his coaches before Minnesota that maybe they were even taking the Gophers a little too lightly. What have you made of the conversation around Nebraska maybe not having that sense of entitlement about it that they went into with what he thought was that mindset against the Gophers?
Yeah, hard to know exactly without being in the building. I know that's a cop-out, but it did look like that at times. I did agree with that, where, you know, kind of uncharacteristic in some of the angles that they took tackling that big 70-yard run in the first half. There were 3 or 4 different guys that took angles that I had not seen on tape from Nebraska as far as their tackling. But I think you guys have, I'm sure, covered this ad nauseum this week and last week. The human nature of all the talk about Penn State can't be ignored in this. And Josh, you asked the question about what I hope to learn today. I hope there's something new that we can maybe uncover in that way on how they handled last week and the noise that was inevitable in getting through those walls. So I think that was a fair point. The entitlement comment, it definitely showed up a couple of times watching the game back.
Connor, along those lines, like, so you're in the building for the Penn State Northwestern game, and like you know going in, hey, there's going to be some angst here. Maybe we all didn't realize how high the level of angst was, given what unfolded over the next 24 hours. But when you go into a broadcast like this, where there is a fair amount, I would say, of angst around Lincoln and Omaha right now as it pertains to the program. Again, I don't think it's to that level, but I wonder how that shapes the story that you're telling, where there's, of course, the game, there are the 60 minutes, but there is also just kind of a, dare I say, on a cloudy day, a cloud hanging over things right now.
Yeah, I think it was before we started recording, John said, just the weather is a little cloudy. And that's exactly right. But
yeah,
what we talked about as a crew going into Penn State a few weeks ago was the crowd is our supporting actor here. You know, obviously the game is the thing, and we are going to cover the game first and foremost. But if people are booing, we can't ignore that. And we're not going to kill the mics. We're not going to shy away from showing crowd shots. We'll try to avoid the shots of people maybe signaling things that we don't want with a certain finger. But it is such a part of the story really every week, but especially in these situations where it is going to be what I expect, a very emotionally charged crowd tomorrow because of what's happened over the last week.
Connor Onion of FS1, who's going to be working with former Oregon coach Mark Helfrich. I'm curious if how you approach the game in game with your analyst, of course, there to break down some X's and O's, but maybe also do you lean to him for some of the mental stuff as well, because this has been such a mentally taxing week, and maybe, you know, attack it from that angle as well, depending on, of course, how the course of the game is going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what's so unique to me about working with a coach versus a lot of times in my career, it's been a former player. But with the James Franklin situation a few weeks ago, who better to speak on that than Mark, who was at Oregon and, you know, experienced the high of going to a national championship game and coaching a Heisman and Marcus Mariota. And then also the lean years that followed that. And then him going on to eventually get out of college football as a coach. So he's very willing to go there with the mental part, like you're talking about, but also getting inside the mind of the coach that, you know, in James Franklin's case a few weeks ago, it was the job pressure. In Matt Rule's case, it's the job pressure and the coaching rumors. So what I really appreciate about Mark is he doesn't really shy away from that stuff. He doesn't put anybody on blast unfairly, but he's able to speak honestly from his lived experience about it. That's what I love about working with him.
Connor, last one from me. You were on the call last week in Tempe for the Arizona State Texas Tech upset. It's been another. I mean, it's really been a wild season, maybe even a more wild season than we've seen in recent years. And everybody is trying to figure out why NIL, transfer portal, why are the rosters in theory flattening out, and there's not the dominant team. You get a chance to call games from multiple conferences, so I love your perspective on it. What are you seeing when you're on the ground that has allowed for the season to unfold this way, where at the end of October, there are perhaps more teams that are in the national championship race than there are usually at this time?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And the thing that I think we'll talk about tomorrow is just the teams right now that are 5-2. You've got Texas, you've got Michigan, you've got USC, Notre Dame, you got Nebraska, you've got Northwestern as some of the notable teams at 5-2. So obviously the changing of players being paid led to Texas Tech becoming a top 10 team and paying $28 million for the roster. So that obviously can't be discredited. But I also think the impatience with coaching is part of it too. Like we saw Billy Napier get fired after winning a game last week. I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier this week or part of this show, but I can't think of another scenario where a performance-based hire or firing has happened because of what's happened in the recent past, but then has ended with a win. I couldn't think of another scenario like that. Maybe you guys have the answer, but I think that's part of the calculus too, is some of the impatience and the quick movement in the coaching circle.
Connor Onion, he and Mark Helfrich on the call tomorrow, FS1 for Nebraska and Northwestern. Connor, we'll let you get to it because we know you have your production meetings coming up very, very shortly. We really appreciate the time. Have a great call, and hopefully you're not having to worry about angry fans blaming the announcers after a loss.
And middle fingers.
And middle fingers. Good luck to your camera people and your technical director and the guys who punching the buttons too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, guys. Hopefully no for sale signs end up in my yard. So
we won't tell them where you live.
I appreciate it. Thanks, fellas.
You bet.
Thank you, Connor.
Connor Onion of Fox Sports. Still to come, we're going to take a look at Dylan's mark against top 50 versus not top 50 percentile. This was some interesting stuff heading into tomorrow's game. And then we get into our game previews of both the NFL and college football. Kent's Movie Club today, just a little bit later than it normally is. And Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as we get you ready for Nebraska and Northwestern tomorrow. Right here. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Hey, don't forget, keep listening for that cat growl. Now, when we do it, that doesn't count.
No, that's just us doing a funny.
But when you hear that, be caller 6, and you'll get your choice of either Creighton men's exhibition tickets for tomorrow night's game against Colorado State, 6 p.m., or $50 to Woodcliff.
You specifically have to hear this.
Oh, like that? Like right now, be caller number 6 at 402-951-1620?
Yes.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
Well, that was pretty damn easy.
That was indeed.
I mean, that was, some might say, embarrassingly easy.
Also, you mentioned the sandwich and the bread and the meat and how Connor is the meat of the sandwich this weekend. Don't forget
the game
about
is the meat.
The pickle that you can have on the side. And do you know what the pickle is?
Would that be Austin Jacobson and Blue Jay Shoot-Around?
No. You know what? Maybe that is the pickle. Don't forget about the brownie after the meal. Do you know what the brownie is, John? And that's...
I hope this isn't a euphemism for something that you did last night.
No, and I just realized this is not a racial euphemism either, but severe reaction is on Sunday. It wasn't supposed to be that, but I realized very quickly. Why didn't I say a bar of white chocolate? But severe reactions on Sunday at 8 a.m.
The
brownie?
That's what Josh called you. He called you the brownie.
No, Michael. No, it was an accident, Michael. It was an accident. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
you
Michael.
Stayed with pickle.
Yeah, I should have stayed
You
with
would have
pickle.
been right.
But you're right. Maybe Austin Jacobson is the pickle.
Brownie.
He's the pickle. He's the pickle.
Hold on.
What are you doing? The brownie?
Well, remember we had Jerry Kuth up there.
We had Jerry Kuth.
I'm actually going to write it over here.
All right, good job.
Just to remind me.
Good job by you. Good job by you. My bad. That was pretty funny. I realized immediately I've made a huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Week 7 and 4 quarter pick'em is open. Make your picks
That
now.
too.
$250 on the line. This week, $2,500 at the end of the season. Play today, 1620thezone.com.
Lane writes, Josh, do you think, and I know we want to do some previews.
You think Michael is the Brown?
No. Lane says, Josh, do you think Rule and the team are doing the Bo Pelini thing of us against the fans? Is it headed towards that?
What? Say that again?
Lane wants to know, do you think that Rule and the team are doing the Bo Pelini thing of us against the fans?
Based on what?
I think Rule has talked about some of the booing stuff. If anything, I would say Rule is embracing that and reminding his team to embrace that. You know, he talked about it a couple of weeks ago with Dylan Raiola, and then on the Monday presser, right, he was like, look, if we, do X, Y, or Z poorly, you can boo us. Like he did that the other day as well. So
yeah.
I don't think they're doing us
Could
against
you
the
ever
world.
imagine Bo saying, I'd boo us too? Or
No. He'd say,
no.
Can you give me a gun?
Matt Rule will be one of the last people on earth to ever suggest us versus the world, and us meaning the fan base. He will never do that.
No, he absolutely will not.
This was an interesting graphic. Now, there is a lot on here, and if you're watching it on the stream or zonetv.live, our YouTube channel.
Uh-oh.
But I'll describe it.
Yeah.
So this is every major college quarterback. And it's their EPA per play, expected points added, which is kind of the main analytics measurement of performance.
Yes.
It is both against teams that are above the 50th percentile in the nation playing defense and below. So in the purposes of the chart, if you imagine the X, Y, side to side, horizontal axis. Those are the games against the bad defenses. And up and down are the games against the good defenses. And I've also spot shadowed, zoomed in a bit on the company that Dylan keeps. But
it's quite interesting company.
If you're in the upper right quadrant, you're consistently good against both. And you know who's in that category?
Julian
Brennan
saying,
Sorsby.
Sorry.
Sorsby.
I guess saying is more in the middle. Yeah, Brendan Sorsby is. What's his name? Ty Simpson in Alabama. Daniels at Kansas. Trying to see who else.
Right on the
Fernando
line.
Mendoza, Jaden Mayava.
Right on the line is, oh my God, I forgot his name. Illinois quarterback.
Altmaier, Luke Altmaier.
Luke Altmaier.
Diego Pavia is there. So essentially what they're saying is no matter the team, they're performing at this level,
Yes.
right? They're performing at a very, very high and consistent level. The best quarterbacks in the country. That is where they're hanging out.
Dylan is in the lower right-hand quadrant, meaning that his play against the poorer defenses is markedly better than his performance against the good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
So he does well against defenses that are ranked below the 50th percentile. He doesn't do so well. And to put it into perspective, against the below average defenses, Dylan is a top third quarterback in the country, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a whole bunch of dudes to his left.
Absolutely.
Because remember, left, bad, right, good. But against the above average defenses, he's worse than halfway.
I was going to say there are more quarterbacks above him than there are below him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a worse quarterback.
But in the spot shadow, because this is what I wanted to accentuate, here are some of the quarterbacks who are in Dylan's neighborhood. In fact, buried under the N is the Texas Longhorn logo, which represents Archibald Manning.
So think about that. That is not the company you want to keep right now.
Not this year.
He is struggling.
Literally, Dylan and Arch Manning are the same EPA against the poor defenses as they are against the good defense.
And look at some of the other quarterbacks in there.
CJ Carr's right next door.
I was going to say, so you got CJ Carr, true freshman. You got Jackson Arnold at Auburn. And if you haven't watched Auburn this year, their offense stinks out loud. Surprisingly, John Mateer is near this neighborhood, a little bit higher, but still he's in the neighborhood, though I imagine some of his numbers are coming down because he's been hurt and he hasn't been playing as well lately.
O'Neal, the Wisconsin quarterback, is very close to this neighborhood.
Him and Arch, man, that's fascinating.
It's very fascinating.
That it is those two guys because they were, Arch is among the most hyped prospects that I can remember since I've been doing this job. Dylan Raiola is the most hyped quarterback coming into Nebraska in many, many years. And they're the same guy.
Imagine it's the beginning of the season, and you say, in the middle of the season, Arch Manning and Dylan Raiola are going to be the same.
You're like, whoa, Nebraska is going to be awesome this year.
It's been a really weird year.
It has been a really weird year.
Max points out Dylan, now he's not in the spot shadow, but just outside the spot shadow is Gronowski at Iowa.
I see him. Yeah,
Gronowski's a little bit worse than Dylan against the below average defenses, but almost on the same plane against the above average defenses.
Mm-hmm. Wow. This is it's really interesting. This is just another way to take in the sport, another way to view it, and another way, I think, to show the type of quarterback he's been this year. I think it's absolutely another way to show the type of quarterback he's been this year. And we've talked about it, and I know we'll do Key Party in a little bit, but when you look at what they have coming up tomorrow, it's a team that has gotten a lot of pressures this year. Their issue has just been finishing the job. Well, what's the perfect antidote for not getting a sack? It's been Nebraska, sadly. And so let's see if they do anything different tomorrow morning and early afternoon versus the Cats.
That does not count.
That was me.
That's not it.
That was me.
That's
not
it.
Count.
That was me.
That does not count.
John writes in the Equitable Bank inbox, Raiola plays better against the bad teams. I thought one of the reasons to not give Tiffy a shot was because he only played against the bad teams. I'm just being a contrarian. I don't want him to play in front of Raiola.
Well, guess what?
I don't want
TJ
Uncle
Lateef,
Don ruining him too.
TJ Lateef on this chart would be far over to the right, and he would be at the absolute bottom because he hasn't played anybody. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, Dylan is a little behind the curve against the good defenses, but TJ Lateef has zero experience against the good defenses, of which tomorrow will be one of those.
Definitely will be. Definitely will be.
Coming up, and quick reminder, Kent's Movie Club will be pushed back about 20 or so minutes today. And for the next couple of weeks, he's got an appointment he has to be at. So that'll be coming around 4:20 this afternoon.
Nice. 69 movies with Kent at 4:20, our new segment.
So coming up next, we're going to do our NFL preview. I also have an update on Matt. It's on the Penn State coaching search. Not so much on Matt Rule, but there's been another update logged. There's been another No, we're not going to do that. There's been another update logged.
By whom?
By Tyler Donahue, the intrepid reporter for Lions 24/7.
Won't come on our show.
More like Donahue.
What's
Well,
he
that's 'cause he's
hiding,
busy.
John?
Well, he's busy.
Busy my
He's
ass.
busy
I'm
updating
busy
his
too.
hot board.
I was busy in 2022. I would have happily gone on his radio podcast or whatever it's called.
I was busy last week. I still came out on
When were
Unsportsmanlike
you
conduct.
busy?
In 2022, the coaching search, I was making calls. What are you hearing?
No, you weren't. You just
So you want to bet? I'll tell you I was making calls. I'll tell you
not
names
as many.
of people.
Not as many as Tyler.
Probably
was, I
not, but
bet.
I still made a couple.
And Tyler was
calls.
probably having to cover Penn State basketball too.
Oh, that's disgusting. I have to cover Creighton and Nebraska basketball. I cover twice as much basketball as he does.
Anyway, we'll have an update on that NFL preview and more coming up on 1620 The Zone. But the NBA season is underway. And Underdog has you covered. You can play Underdog right here in Nebraska and have a lot of fun doing it. You can win up to $5,000 your money.
5,000 times.
5,000 times, not $5,000. Well,
If $1, 5,000.
sure, but it's 5,000 times your money. And all you have to do is pick some of your favorite players, maybe even your least favorite players, and do it on several different items such as points or rebounds, assists, block shots, maybe shooting percentage. And if you hit, again, you could win up to 5,000 times your money. And did I mention you can play it in Nebraska? All you have to do is download that Underdog Fantasy app today to get you started.
John, you do that. You put in our promo code 1620 The Zone, all one word. And don't forget about college football as well. Nebraska has that game tomorrow, looking at all sorts of things that they have going on. Rushing plus receiving touchdowns, passing yards. Raiola, by the way, 230.5 passing yards, higher or lower. You could make a decision on that. And of course, as John mentioned, all of the NBA action. Just use our promo code 1620 The Zone. Score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, it's promo code 1620 The Zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're not gonna catch Bobby Newcomb.
You said they were going to score 35 in the third quarter. Is this coming back?
No, I think he's saying an additional 35.
Well, no, because they finished with 66.
Hold on. I guess I'm misremembering then.
Order 66.
Let me double check on this here. Hang on, everybody.
Nick fact.
It was 31 in this quarter. That's
you got Nick fact.
I love Nick facts because they're not totally wrong. They're just not super right.
Nick, you could make a fun little sounder where it goes, Nick fact.
This is
like a different website.
This is an actual fact. Congrats to Kirk and Amanda. They were the online winners for the $100 to Sky Bar and Grill from Prairie Flower Casino. We give away 2, but I'm only supposed to say 1 every week. So enter today at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win next week's prize, $100 to Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino.
It's a cool company that we work for, John, where we continue to give away great prizes to our great listeners.
To great places with fantastic food.
Absolutely.
Still think about those wings.
Oh, yeah. God, those wings are good.
The latest update to Nittany Lion 24/7 Sports coaching search.
Yeah, from our friend Pete.
It's Tyler. It's not
Tyler.
Pete.
Tyler Pete.
Of course, Kalen DeBoer was on this list. He remains on this list.
Yes.
Caleb DeBoer.
Now, initially, he was put on here because this was before this is 2 ranked wins ago for Alabama. And of course, the sentiment was, Alabama starts losing. He's going to want an escape.
No, this is just one. This is just one because it would have been before the game last week. Just like Matt Rule's only been on it for 1 game. There's only been 1 week of football.
Okay, shut up.
I'm just sorry.
But
yes,
here is 24/7 national analyst Alan True. Added a note. True noted that after talking to some industry sources, there seems to be a growing sentiment that a good attempt will be made for DeBoer.
That's
Penn State will throw the Hail Mary.
I like a nice swing like that. We've been talking about this coaching search since before Franklin got fired, and we wondered, because my thought was always they're not going to go after Rule. His record's not good enough. He's James Franklin in a different package. Kalen DeBoer, now that's a swing. That is quite the swing. Plus, he's won in different spots now.
Yep.
He won at Fresno. He won at Washington. He's winning at Alabama. And I will not hear anybody say Alabama is a turnkey operation. No, it is not. I remember, and you remember, when Alabama was not all that in a bag of chips. We remember in our lifetimes, John, when the Alabama sitting head coach left for a different job.
Yeah.
So this would have precedent. Now, if they keep going on a run and they go deep into the season, would A, he be willing to bail early? Probably not. Or B, would they be willing to wait for him? That would be tough. What if they went all the way to the semis? You're talking about middle January. What if they went to the national championship? You're talking late January. No way.
This ain't happening.
It'd be a hell of a get.
I mean, they'll try, but this ain't happening.
I like it. I like taking the swing.
Can you imagine the vacuum that would open up if DeBoer does decide to leave Alabama and go to Penn State?
It'd be awesome. And, they would immediately kick the tires on Dan Lanning. And all the Oregon people are saying he is not leaving Oregon, that he is staying at Oregon.
And then Matt Rule goes to Alabama.
Was it yesterday that I ripped into old Mike Elko of
a couple days ago?
A&M?
That was good stuff.
Well,
are they going after him again?
He was asked about it on the Aggie Football Hour. Now, you would probably think, oh, great, he must have ripped into the radio host, on the Aggie Sports Network.
He knows where all the bodies are buried.
Well, when asked, Elko gestured to his wife, and she responded, "We're not going anywhere." Now, I'm just going to read straight from Tyler's report. Elko has repeatedly dismissed reports about potential reciprocated interest with other programs, including Penn State, but hasn't definitively said himself, "I'm not going to be the next head coach at Penn State." With that in mind, it is worth noting that Elko similarly dismissed speculation about him leaving Duke for Texas A&M 2 years ago, including the following statement on November 27th, 2023.
What did he say?
"It's a profession where people just like to put stuff out there. I'm very committed to this place. Everybody knows I'm very happy at this place. We're doing a lot of really special things at this place. I keep saying at this place instead of calling it by its name, Duke.
Because I'm leaving.
My family is very happy here. We love Duke. We love everything this place is for. When you're doing the job well, everybody thinks you're leaving. When you're doing your job bad, everybody thinks you're leaving. That's the picture of college coaches. You try not to pay attention to any of that stuff, but I'm obviously not oblivious to it. We'll certainly address it because it needs to be addressed. I don't know where that stuff comes from.
And then what did he do?
Texas A&M hired him 2 weeks later.
The best part about all this is, you know why their names are getting out there? It is not, and this is not me defending the media, so please don't take it that way. It is because agents, his agent, among other agents, are doing their job, and putting their names out there. That's the best part. So he's getting all mad and high and mighty when it's his agents. Probably
he's got complete deniability.
So funny.
Personally, but he knows his agent's doing it.
Yeah, he should, and he should.
And then this.
I think Elko's staying for the record. I think he's actually going to tell the truth this time.
Josh, I hate
they
to
have
tell
more
you this,
money than God.
but your next coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Brian Hartline, is on this board.
Let's go, baby! We love Brian Hartline in this house. We want Brian Hartline as Nebraska's next head coach.
This isn't
this guy?
This isn't the Nebraska coaching search. This is the Penn State coaching search.
Future coaching search, John, is what I'm talking about.
Update. We've been hesitant to include Hartline on this hot board until more intel came along.
Because he's going to Nebraska.
While there is little concrete info on this coaching search, his name has come up in discussions with national level industry sources and with local people who have a strong sense for the process to warrant his addition as another name to monitor moving forward.
Get your grubby hands off of him, Penn State.
Grub.
You take Matt Rule so we can take Brian Hartline. Brian Hartline, Nick, is the longtime wide receivers coach for Ohio State. He is the man who followed that piece of garbage, Zach Smith, back in 2018.
That's right. I forgot about old Zach.
And he has only put together the best collection of wide receivers year after year after year after year.
Nice.
Current NFL wide receivers that he has coached. Gosh, I should just look up a list of.
If he's a wide receiver
coach, Smith and Jigba,
Jeremiah Smith, who will be in the NFL at some point in time. Carnell Tate will be in the NFL at some point in time. Who's his? What's his name at the Jets? Who's the guy with the Jets? Have you said his name? Williams, right?
No.
Who's with the Jets? Why can't I remember his first name for some reason? Here we go. All right. So let's see. Paris Campbell, Terry McLaurin. That's a wide receiver from them who's in the NFL right now. Garrett Wilson. That's who it was. Who did I say? Williams.
Did
you say Chris Olave?
I did not say Chris
Olave.
You
said JSN, who's playing among the best receivers in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr., who struggled a little bit, but still. Emeka Buka, who's going to be the rookie of the year. And then future NFL players, Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith. That guy rocks.
Yeah.
Now, what was your follow-up?
That's good. Wide receiver.
Okay. He is also listed as the co-offensive coordinator right now of Ohio State. That guy rocks. He's only 38. He's going to be a head coach someday. You know, I would.
Yes. So unless he doesn't desire a position like that.
And so, like, obviously, I'm joking. Like, I don't think he's going to be Nebraska's next head coach. But the thing that you would really want with him is that he knows how to recruit. He knows how to develop. He's really good at that. And you would figure. Like, I always like coaches that come from operations like in Ohio State because they know what it takes to win college football at the highest level. Like, that's why Dan Lanning would have been so intriguing to me if Nebraska would have fired Scott Frost when they should have in 2021 because he had been the defensive coordinator at Georgia. So he knows to win at the highest level of college football, it is about acquisition. It is about talent infusion, and that guy gets it. And I'm guessing that Brian Hartline will also get it. I would hope so, at least.
I want Nebraska someday to hire Brian Hartline so that I can go, turn on your hotline.
Sure. Me too. I love that reference.
Say tonight on Heartline.
That was Will Ferrell doing Neil Diamond, because Neil Diamond had a song called Heartlight. And he would go, turn on, because he was kind of doing his, kind of was like a drunk Neil Diamond.
Okay.
And
I don't hate that.
Heartlight. Much better song than anything else Neil Diamond has ever done, especially songs that are sung at sporting events.
Bum bum bum.
Dwayne says Dannon would hire Chris Kleiman, in my opinion. Stinky.
Dannon.
They're struggling this year, baby. Somebody tweeted at us and said, what if Rule leaves? Oh, Justin, how funny it will be when Penn State hires Matt Rule and then Nebraska hires James Franklin and Nebraska ends up better.
I mean, listen.
You'd be all in on that, right?
I don't have the issues that Michael does with James Franklin. I think James Franklin's a winner.
He is. His in-game coaching is a struggle bus at times. There's no doubt.
There's not a perfect coach out there, right? Someone who covers all the bases.
Brian Hartline, maybe.
Turn on your hotline.
But no, there's not.
Heartline, NBC.
Even your coach, Sean McVay, has his blind spots.
No, we do not want a Heartline NBC because they'll fake an explosion of a pickup truck.
Brian Williams. Can he narrate the season? Sal writes, wouldn't hate Jed Fish. Jed Fish, hired by?
Well, that was Mr. Yogurt.
Dannon. Yeah, he hired him right before he left Washington. That's why.
Look at Ron Brown putting his arm around old Matt Davidson as he scores a touchdown.
Nice.
I mean, he didn't put his arm around him as he was scoring the touchdown, but
Matt,
after he scored the
touchdown. You ever think about gay marriage and
What is he proposing to?
No, he's talking about how much he hates. What Ron Brown would say.
You literally said, have you ever thought about gay marriage?
No, just like the idea of it. I just figured he was going to start ranting about it again.
Because that's it. I mean, you're 0 for 1 already on things you've said. And I didn't mean to say it.
I didn't mean. Yes, yeah, that was. I could have done the joke better.
Don't forget, yours truly and Brownie will be at.
Okay.
16:20 the pregame.
I'm gonna ask you about this when we get off the air because I was on the phone during.
Oh, you missed that. That's right. You missed it. You know what? We need to go.
There we go. Katie, a better joke. I'm shocked Ron Brown would hug a man. That's the joke that I should have gone for.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
We're going to relive it on our YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, we'll rewind it
during the break.
It's really funny.
It's very funny.
Yeah. Sadly, Michael must not have been listening because he never texted.
Yeah.
Because I figured I was waiting.
I'll make sure Michael sees it.
We could play it maybe. Cut it out and play it on the stream tomorrow.
Coming up next, we're going to preview week 9 in college football, and then it's Kent's Movie Club.
Awesome.
We'll be reviewing Funny People, as Josh was Funny People about 25 minutes ago.
That was very funny.
No, TBS.
Nice.
16:20 The Zone. I give you credit, Josh, because you could have just powered right through it, and I may not have caught it. But you stopped and said, and I just realized I said something I shouldn't have said. And then you finished off the joke of severe reaction being the brownie to the 1620, the sandwich on Saturday. So credit to you for acknowledging you're funny and letting it roll out.
Hey! Thank you, John, and thank you, Nick. Though I don't.
It gave us one of our funniest moments of the year and a new nickname. Oh, wasn't the guy who was the head of what? George Bush's during Katrina. His nickname was Brownie.
Was it really?
Yeah, because his last name was Brown.
Brownie.
He was the head of whatever
Michael D. Brown.
Michael Brown. What was he the head of?
Michael Brown was where is it at?
And because people were critical.
Served as the administrator of FEMA. He was the administrator.
Yes. And people in New Orleans like Michael, like he was in New Orleans, but
yeah.
And George Bush, I think, had, used to call him Brownie and said, how good of a job he was doing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, people in New Orleans was like, no, did not do a good job.
No, he did a terrible job.
We have clipped the video.
Yes, I just shared it. You can only share clips up to a minute long. We will, I imagine later on, I'll cut the video out of StreamYard and we can just tweet out the actual thing so people can see it. Very good time.
I will be tagging Michael.
Nice.
And there we go.
John and the Brownie. I made a huge mistake.
All right. College games of the week. Let's start with big noon SEC.
Which one is that again?
Number 8, Ole Miss.
Okay.
And number 13, Oklahoma.
Okay.
This is, for all intents and purpose,
oh yeah,
a playoff eliminator.
Well, is it?
Well, here's why.
Because of how tough the schedules are?
Exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Totally fair.
That's why
because
for all intents
Oklahoma,
and purposes.
after this, still has Tennessee, Alabama, Mizzou, and LSU. And Ole Miss, I don't have Ole Miss schedule in front of me, but either way, it's going to be tough.
Oklahoma's is brutal after this.
Oklahoma's in the middle.
They have the toughest schedule of anybody this season.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're absolutely right, because if either of these teams loses, first of all, for Ole Miss it'd be their second loss in a row. For Tech or for Oklahoma, it would be their second loss in 3 weeks. They lost the Red River Shootout, a game that they're going to be kicking themselves about.
Now, this is strength on strength. Oklahoma pressures opposing quarterbacks on 47% of all dropbacks. Imagine if they played Nebraska.
Oh, my God.
That is the highest rate in FBS.
Yeah.
They also lead the Power 4 with 30 sacks so far this year.
Yikes.
But Trinidad Chambliss, when you look at what he does under pressure and when kept clean, his PFF grades are very steady. In fact, he's better under pressure. The grade itself is the same, but because usually quarterbacks are really good when they're not blitzed, those grades are higher. He's actually extremely consistent and a little bit better under pressure than he was under the blitz. Also, he's mobile. He can break off runs. He can make things happen with his feet. So if Oklahoma is aggressive, Chambliss should be able to handle it.
This game, you mentioned the Oklahoma defense. A couple more numbers for you. The Sooners, opponents have gained 0 or fewer yards on 44% of their snaps. Think about that. About half of the snaps, the opponents gain 0 or they go backwards in terms of yardage. Incredible what this defense has been able to do. That said, on the other side of the ball, John Mateer averaging just 4.5 yards per drop back since coming back from that hand injury. Look, they lose again tomorrow. I think the conversation, which has already been had about did you rush him back, very much becomes the topic of conversation. Now, part of it was, who was it we had on? Todd Furman. And you asked him, like, hey, are you surprised that the point spread is this? And he goes, yeah, until I watched them play Kent State. And, so maybe they had to make a drastic move. I feel bad for Oklahoma fans. I didn't think that they were going to have that good of a year. They got off to a great start. Mateer was looking awesome. And now it's just going to turn into a what if,
Yeah.
And it's coming in the midst of, wondering if the coach is going to lose their job.
This one, I don't know if it's on your radar, but we'll mention it because it's a big game in the Power Five or in the Group of Five. USF.
Oh,
Memphis.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Memphis, of course, lost last week to UAB, so their undefeated season is done. You'd think,
Yikes.
They're out.
Terrible loss.
But consider this. The winner of the American Conference is still the heavy favorite to make the CFP. According to DraftKings, 5 of the top 6 favorites to represent the G5 in the playoff are in the American. So if Memphis wins out, even with the one loss, good chance that the Tigers could still get in. Of course, USF has been consistently in the top 25 all season long.
Yeah, if you take away the win over Florida, which they won by 2 points, the games that USF has won otherwise have come by an average of 52-19. So they are not just beating teams, they are, destroying them. They did, of course, the loss to Miami. And like Memphis, Bill Connolly pointed out, we've seen weird losses like this to teams with an interim coach before. And UAB, they fired Dilfer, so they had an interim coach last week, and they will moving forward this year. But that is a bad loss because UAB has been terrible. And I know that they just fired, and so maybe it was just him, right? Maybe it was Trent Dilfer. But that's a bad loss. South Florida, they have not given me any reason to doubt them so far this year. So I really like them. I like the Bulls.
Byron Brown, pretty damn good quarterback. Top 8 among Group of 5 quarterbacks. He's got 12 big-time throws. He's 5th among all FBS quarterbacks with 329 rush yards after contact, and he's averaged over 125 rushing yards per game over his last 3. So, guy to keep an eye on for USF. To the midday or middle afternoon slot, not midday, but middle afternoon slot. Once again, God's Conference, Southeastern Conference.
This one is pretty fun.
15th ranked Missouri, 10th ranked Vanderbilt.
Dare we say a playoff eliminator for one of these teams as well, right? The loser's going to have a couple of them on the ledger. Now, the one loss that each team has, of course, is to Alabama. And those coming back-to-back weeks, or were they two losses over the course of 3 weeks? Vandy, offense, we know what's going on. Diego Pavia, they continue to win. Todd said it yesterday, like he will certainly climb the Heisman charts, if not outright win it all. They are first nationally in points per drive. They are 3rd in success rate, but they're going against a Missouri defense that is 7th in success rate. So you got some good on good there. We've talked at times this year about the Missouri running game. It has slowed down just a little bit in some of the recent weeks as the competition's gotten a little bit better. You wonder if they're going to be able to have some success. This is a game day game. And, back in the day, I think they went to Tennessee, to Nashville for Vanderbilt as one of those cutesy, there's no good games this weekend. No, shout out to this program, and they very much earned it with the level of play. They are not just a one-off. Last year it was fun. They had the Alabama win, but they came back down to earth. The schedule still is going to have some competition in front of them, but you win this game, and I really do think that you can start not booking flights, but maybe book a flight if you have insurance on it, because you could really start thinking about the college football playoff if you're a Vanderbilt fan.
Missouri last week against Auburn did not have the kind of running game that they were hoping for. Ahmad Hardy, who's been great this year, he's one of the best missed tackles guy in the country. He leads the Power 4 in that category, but they only ran for 81 yards on 38 designed run plays against the Auburn run defense. And Vandy's run defense isn't as good as Auburn's, but they're still top 30 according to PFF. So something to watch for on the flip side of that matchup.
Okay.
Big game in the Big 12.
BYU, Iowa State.
For BYU against Iowa State, consider this. The Cougars' preseason win total was 6.5. You know what their record is today?
7-0.
So if you had the over, congrats. You're already cashing in before Halloween.
That is awesome. Good for them.
The matchup, when BYU's got the ball, of course, Bear Buckmeyer. Every time I hear Bear Buckmeyer, I think Buckmeyer.
Me too.
But really, keep an eye on the run game. LJ Martin, the Cougar run game, top 10 among running backs in missed tackles and explosive runs. Meanwhile, Iowa State has the 5th lowest run defense grade in the FBS. So advantage running game BYU in this one. But on the flip side, Rocco Becht going up against the BYU secondary, who's been outstanding this year. Their coverage grade is one of the tops in the country. And they run a lot of man coverage. Becht has been good against zone, but not so much against man. So in both of these factors, it would seem to favor BYU, but Iowa State is favored, and the spread moved to 2.5 today.
Yeah, Clones minus 2.5. Couple things on the Cougs. So first of all, they are coming off of 2 very emotional wins. 2 weeks ago, they went to double overtime against Arizona. They won that one by 6. Last week, we know about the Holy War, right? We talked about that game on Friday. And now they have to go back on the road yet again, flying halfway across the country to Ames. So you have that. Meanwhile, Iowa State, they got off to a 5-0 start. They've now lost 2 in a row. And against Colorado in their most recent loss, they had almost 450 total yards, John, but they only scored 17 points. So, like, if you're an Iowa State fan, you feel like you're so close still to putting together a really good season. This is a chance to get that. Like, I think sometimes you get in the midst of a year and you forget about, like, the upsets with a team that has been able to avoid them. Yeah. And it wouldn't be an upset if Iowa State wins because they're the favorite.
Yeah.
But they also have the Cougars. Do they have Texas Tech still to come? That's in a couple of weeks. They have Cincinnati to come in about a month. And those games are both on the road. They have TCU and UCF at home. Those are the other games that they have remaining. I cannot imagine that they're going to keep doing this. That said, last year, they did do this for a while. It took until, if I remember right, November for them to finally fall. I believe that was that Arizona State crazy game that we watched at Cross Train. Mm-hmm. Sponsors of One Beer Friday, by the way. So I don't know. I'm leaning Iowa State in this one.
Speaking of playoff eliminators, you don't think of Illinois and Washington being in a playoff elimination.
Absolutely is, though.
But
if
really,
the Big Ten's going to get a 4th team, it could potentially come from one of these 2.
And consider that after this week, Illinois will have Rutgers, Maryland, Wisconsin, Northwestern. And their only losses are to playoff teams, Ohio State, Indiana.
Yeah. Now, the problem for them is they can stack wins, but can they stack good wins?
Yeah. See,
and the losses are real bad.
See, if Illinois is that 10-2 team, there's going to be your argument by an SEC 3-loss team, especially
they would
if
have
they've got
they would have 0 good wins.
Exactly.
Well, and on the other side, so Washington, we've talked about their offense this year, and I do now think that it is time to have the honest to God conversation, and that is when they play bad teams, they're really, really good.
Right.
When they play good teams, they struggle. They've averaged 12.3 points per game against top 15 defenses, according to SP+. So those are Ohio State and Michigan. Last week, they put up, 7 points or whatever it was against Michigan. They've averaged 51.3 points per game against defenses ranked 85th or lower. So you're saying, okay, what's Illinois? Well, they're in the middle. They're 48. So I don't think they're going to score 50. I don't think they're going to score 12. Can you get to 30-something? I like the cut of Washington's chip. I think that they're going to be a really dangerous team moving forward in 2026 if you're able to keep this core together under Jed Fish. But yeah, I'm with you, man. Illinois, they win out. This would probably be their best win, and this would be a solid win. But
it's
they are
probably
built,
not going to be as good as some 3-loss SEC teams.
They're built for a culture war, is what they are. Like a bunch of discourse about them, and I think you're right. SEC 3-loss team versus them is a 2-loss
By the way,
team.
on that point you just made, the barometer is Damon Williams. He's averaged 8 yards a carry in their wins.
Mm-hmm.
He's only got 23 yards on 10 carries in their losses.
Wow, that's fascinating.
I'm going to sneak this one in too.
I have one to sneak.
Because it's Cincinnati.
I'm very sneaky.
The Cincinnati Bearcats, you remember them from such hits as they lost 20-17 to Nebraska in Arrowhead Stadium.
They're ranked above Nebraska.
Well, fair.
But Cincinnati and BYU are tied for first. Texas Tech lost last week. So now Cincinnati and BYU in the driver's seat. And we haven't talked about the Bearcats in a while, but
that was me.
Their pass coverage grade is pretty solid. Their pass rush, though, has been a weakness. Get this. The Bearcats have the 2nd worst pressure rate in the Power 4. And they had 3 sacks.
John, stop it.
Nebraska.
Come on. We can do that later.
But this one's a big one. Cincinnati trying to stay undefeated. They could be, if Iowa State holds court at home, Cincinnati could be all alone in first place in the Big 12 Conference.
That's crazy because they are still undefeated. This is not a big one, John, but I wanted to get this note in because I saw from Bill Connolly. Oregon, against teams that are 60th or worse in SP+, 5-0 with an average score of 51-9. Wisconsin has been shut out 2 weeks in a row. Those were at home. This one is in Autzen. This is a night game. This is after all the post-game shows.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you really hate Wisconsin and you want to see them lose by a lot of points, like turn this one on. But how much lower can it get for Wisconsin? I just wanted to throw that in there because Oregon is dominated.
Well, we're just throwing stuff in to throw stuff in.
Yeah.
We
got 2 games we definitely got to get to still, right?
I have one. What was the? I've got A&M, LSU, and what's the other one?
Wow, you, Mr. Iowa. I cannot believe you don't
Go
want to talk about
Hawks.
Floyd of Rosedale's. Okay, I got some stuff for you. So they're
Go for
hosting
it.
Minnesota. Iowa, I've talked a lot of crap about them. I might have written a column. Iowa, 17th in rushing success rate this year. So that's way better than they've been in years past, right? We talk about them like they have a good run game. Now they have a good run game. Again, Gronowski, 68 yards passing last week. Doesn't really matter. He has 0 passing touchdowns in Big Ten play this year, John. But it doesn't matter because he rushed for 2 touchdowns and 130 yards on the ground. And how about this? Minnesota, we know about their rushing offense and how it's not supposed to be good, and then it suddenly was good. Wow, weird. Iowa allowing just 3.5 yards per carry, not including sacks. So can Minnesota find their run game yet again, or are people going to be super annoyed watching that game tomorrow as Iowa puts the Gophers in a locker and it's like, crap? I'm worried that it's going to be that. I don't think Minnesota's going to keep the good vibes rolling against the Hawkeyes.
I think this is a good spot to take Minnesota against that 8.5, just because Iowa doesn't blow anybody out.
Yeah.
I think Iowa's a better football team, but Iowa just does not put people in lockers.
I mean, they could put them in a 10-point locker even and cover, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Max writes, how about Houston and Arizona State? Cougs are the sneakiest 6-1. Yeah, both of those teams have played Texas Tech. Arizona State just beat them, so they're coming off a huge win. Houston lost to them, and they got dominated in that game. And he adds the Cougs are the sneakiest 6-1. Yeah, and Arizona State's really starting to find itself as well this season.
So to the nighttime, Texas A&M, LSU. The Tigers are still ranked, but they've almost all but evaporated their playoff hopes.
We think this is going to be low scoring, right? Do we, or do you? I do. I tend to think this is going to be low scoring. LSU,
I don't know. I mean, Texas A&M's defense has been a little leaky.
They have. You know, if they played this game a month ago, I would have picked like a 10-6 game. I still wouldn't be surprised if it was low scoring. LSU's defense, 6th in the country in SP plus on defense. They have not allowed more than 10 at home this year. So that's something to keep an eye on, given that this will be in Death Valley. And how about this? Get Texas A&M to 3rd and not even long, John. Get them to 3rd and 4 or above. 3rd and 3 or above, rather. On 3rd and 3 or more, Texas A&M has converted just 23.5% of the time, which is almost last in the country. It's 129th. Like, that is wild to get to 3rd and 3, and it's essentially a death sentence for him. That said, on the other side of the ball, Garrett Nussmeier, 1 for 16 this season on passes more than 25 yards down the field.
Interesting.
I think this is going to be super low scoring. Super low scoring.
You want to talk about a last stand for LSU? This feels like it's a great opportunity. And Texas A&M might be ripe for an upset. I mean, they've had a couple of close calls.
Yes.
Had the late comeback against Notre Dame. Had to hold
Great
off
win.
a very plucky Arkansas team.
Yes.
So,
and they just have never been in the spot. I've never seen A&M in the spot before.
Exactly.
And so I just keep waiting for the other shoe to drop.
And
maybe
it's
that's
in
unfair.
Death Valley at night.
It's hard. There's a lot of voodoo down there.
A lot of gumbo.
A lot of gumbo.
All right. When we come back, we are scheduled to be joined by Kent Wolgamont in the movie club. The movie club pick this week is Funny People, currently streaming on HBO Max. That's next on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamott, who joins us this afternoon. Kent, happy Friday to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am. I can't escape my old habits. Before I had to do my taxi duty, which caused us to move a little late. I went to see the Springsteen movie.
Oh.
Yes, I've been. It's on my watch list. I really
Kent,
want to.
You're not as well. I guess technically you are still a sports writer. I was going to say you don't have to watch anything or listen to anything Springsteen anymore because you're no longer a sports writer. But you are still a sports writer, so I guess you're now obliged to watch.
Yeah, it's actually a decent movie. If you go in, I thought it's pretty good, but it's not a music movie. It's not about the band.
Well, that's good. So we don't have to listen to any of his music.
We don't care about East Street. How do you feel Jeremy Allen White performed?
Just fine.
Okay.
He does. They don't. I mean, he sings the songs, but remember, they're the acoustic songs from the Nebraska album. So he's not up there trying to be Springsteen in front of a band, right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
does he do Summer Running Boys?
No.
I mean, you said Nebraska. I just figured, he did that.
We're on him, boys.
Mr. Touchdown
There's no
USA.
place like Nebraska.
There is no place, yeah.
But and so it's really well, it focuses on how he did that record and found out about Charlie Starkweather. There's a little passage in there about, and I thought it's a good movie. So that's my first review of a movie for some place that didn't get written before I 3 hours later, and we're doing it here.
Nice.
So does this mean the press box will be empty tomorrow because all the writers will be watching it instead of the game?
Possibly. I do not understand why Springsteen is the favorite, but it's absolutely the case. I don't get
it. It's so incredible.
It's why the joke works. It's why the joke works, honestly.
Seems like every sports writer in the world is like, Springsteen, oh my God.
The point where they put it in their Twitter bio. Like, that's how you know you like a band or an artist. Laszlo, by the way, as we get going with the review this week, says, I'm so mad we aren't listening to a horror movie discussion.
Yeah.
Someone revoke John's privileges.
John, it's 4 movies a year.
4 movies. That's
now
we
it's
just
3.
do horror
now
movies.
It's 3.
And
Unreal.
it's fine. I
Now
don't know
it's
why
3.
you're so weird about this.
This isn't weird.
It
I
is
just
weird.
don't think we should do theme months. And by the way, this does fit because Adam Sandler just played Omaha. So boom.
So tell us about funny people.
Yeah,
John,
try to tell us about funny people.
I mean,
It's actually pretty easy to describe.
It's very easy to describe.
Adam Sandler plays a very famous comedian who finds out he has a terminal illness.
Mm-hmm.
But he's your typical lonely celebrity. The love of his life has left his life. He befriends some young up-and-coming comics, especially the one played by
Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen. I almost said something else. And
I love Seth Rogen.
And Seth Rogen's character becomes Adam Sandler's writer as Adam Sandler decides he wants to end his career by just doing stand-up at small clubs and, big corporate outings. And it eventually leads to Adam Sandler reconnecting with the love of his life. And there you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's That's the general premise of Funny People. And of course, this comes at an interesting point, Kent, in the career of Judd Apatow, the producer
Yes, it did.
of this film, because I mean,
it was all hits.
The early 2000s into the early 2010s was the Apatow decade. You had Anchorman, you had Ricky Bobby, you had Superman, you had Superbad. You had Pineapple Express, you had Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Did you mention Knocked Up in there?
You had Knocked Up, you had 40-Year-Old Version. I mean, it's just non-stop banger after banger after banger. And this kind of comes right in the middle of all that.
And this is one most of those he produced. Some of those he wrote and produced, but this one wrote, produced, directed. And there were only that would be Knocked Up, 40-Year-Old Virgin, and this one in that big run. Those were the three that he did all three on.
Mm-hmm.
So, this was his era. This was a box office stiff, by the way. This was not a hit of that era.
No.
This was the one that did not hit. And in part, I think because it almost doesn't follow the Apatow formula, so to speak, right? I mean, to me, two things that depart from that. One is that it feels like it's like two or maybe three movies smashed together into one, right? And that didn't really work for a lot of people like me, where you got this movie about the stand-up comics and this guy trying to, come to the end of his life and all of that. And then all of a sudden it becomes this movie about that relationship with Leslie Mann. And it's like two different movies, and it slowed it way down, number one. And then secondly, it's because they did that, it's 2.5 hours long.
It's too
long. Okay. And that is box office death for a quote comedy.
Yeah, Ken, I remember because I had been seeing the Apatow and then the Rogen movies. I was, Bill Simmons always described it as having season tickets to like an actor or whatever. Like that, I was that person. Seth Rogen has a new movie. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be there on opening night. And so I remember, a few years before that, Adam Sandler would have been that person for me. Starting with like the Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore stuff all the way through I don't know what movie. He would have been my number one guy that I would go. So I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be awesome. And I remember being so bummed, and just disappointed by it. And, I always thought, Kent, that the Apatow movies are a little too long. I always thought before this one, that was a little I don't care if the movie makes me laugh for a couple hours. I'm happy to hang out with this one though. It's so noticeable. It not only because of the actual runtime, but because of what you mentioned. I should have clocked it when they go to Leslie Mann's house, how long they are there. I forgot that 45 minutes maybe, where they're just staying there with.
Yeah, and this is an overnight stay.
And it turns into how many days, and they're having the change of clothes yet again. So I couldn't remember what I thought about the actual comedy of it. I remember it being a more serious, quote unquote, mature movie. I thought the first half was pretty solid. Like the stand-up jokes as they're trying to work through stuff. I thought that stuff worked fairly well. I thought the back half was. I didn't like the back half at all this time.
Yeah, it drug, and you're right. It is a more serious movie, even though it is a comedy. In fact, that was in a lot of people's reviews. This is his most mature film. There's not the usual either cringe or gross out humor that you get in a lot of Apatow movies, and with Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen's character is.
He might be the nicest person in the whole movie.
He's the nicest person in the whole movie, and there's not a whole lot of. I mean,
I would friend her so hard.
That was fun.
Yeah, but he's almost not funny because everyone else needs to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the interactions between his character and Jonah Hill are pretty good, and we didn't even mention Jonah Hill is here.
Jason Schwartzman's there.
Justin Long makes an appearance.
Aubrey Plaza.
And so there's a lot of power here.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, not for some reason, I think Kent hit on it. If they would have just stuck with the initial storyline and I guess maybe you needed the other storyline because, you need that thing to tug on your heartstring with the romantic connection, but it just felt like it went from one to the next, and we forgot about one, and we finished with next.
Mm-hmm.
And
sorry, Ken.
Part of the reason that the dramatic thing doesn't work is that Adam Sandler is not a really good dramatic actor.
His character's the one that's not.
He did one movie where he was very good in a dramatic role, that Punch Drunk Love movie, which came right around this time. And he got in his head that he could be an actor. And that came to a screeching halt after that Spanglish movie, which was almost unwatchable. That was Adam Sandler as serious actor. But that's part of what makes the second half of this movie, especially, you just kind of go, yeah, he just is not a very good dramatic actor. He's just not. So go ahead.
This movie really kind of came down to a pro and con list for me. And I think overall the pros outweigh the cons, but we've hit on it. It's too long.
Way too long.
Way too long. They could have cut out most of that stuff that happened at the house, and it did feel disjointed. The other thing that really gets me is I love all of I don't really like Aziz Ansari that much, but most of the comedians in this movie, I love. Bo Burnham even had a cameo.
Yeah, Bo Burnham showed up.
And it made me so sad that Bo Burnham didn't really do anything funny. He was just like, oh, I'm Bo. Hi. But with the amount of actual funny people in this movie, I just kind of wanted a little more comedy with the drama. And I like dramedies. Is that what we call them?
Mm-hmm.
I like that style of movie, but there were some scenes that felt almost improv, and then they didn't know how to get out of it. So then they just kind of...
And that's a classic, right, of the Apatow movies, Ken, is that, just let the camera roll and let the actors figure out the jokes on the fly.
Like, they kind of moved on. There was a few parts of the movie that made me really chuckle, but that part where he made that playlist for Adam Sandler's character, like that cheer up playlist.
Yeah.
And it turned out that the songs were really dark songs about his thing. I didn't know if that was intentional because it felt intentional, but then they did another thing and then he got really introspective with the next song.
Yeah, the last song.
And I felt like that joke wasn't fully fleshed out or finished. They could have acknowledged it a little bit more with that. It had a real opportunity that I feel like was missed. I do like the inclusion of that love interest and that other stuff in general and how the movie ends the way it does, because it does a really good job of showing how messy and weird and how unresolved parts of life can be. And that's a very unique thing I feel like you don't see in movies. Every movie feels like it needs to have a solid ending, resolution, and I don't mind that this movie didn't have a concrete
happy
ending or whatever. It just kind of ended with them talking and laughing. That's fine with me.
Just didn't need the 45 minutes to get there.
We didn't need the 45 minutes to get there, and I wanted a little more comedy because these are all very funny people.
Well,
exactly.
I think part of it too was, they're all young. The characters they're young in their career, and so they're not, like super great. Like I thought one of the funny running bits was that the Schwartzman character was on a terrible sitcom that everybody recognized. That everybody recognized as being garbage, but they were also jealous of. Like, man, he hung out with some real jerk of friends. I forgot, like, right away, his friends rubbing the paycheck in his face. He's sleeping on the couch and everything, and they're going after him. So
the first joke in this movie that really I remember getting to me was when they did that hike, and then Schwartzman was talking about his grandfather, and then the candle flickered, but there was no windows.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jonah Hill was like, "You don't pass through fire to get to heaven, dude."
That was a very funny joke.
That whole interaction was really funny, but that's the first time I actually remember getting a decent laugh out of the movie.
How far into the movie?
That's a pretty good way in the movie, at least half an hour.
Ken, do you think that at this point in Apatow's career, because we spent a lot of time talking about it's just not as funny and it's very dramatic, was he feeling himself a little bit, do you think? And he was like, all right, let me let me see what I can do. I'm going to show you that I can, kind of like Sandler, I can be more than just a comedic guy.
Yeah.
And, like, it's really interesting how the Sandler character, he has a conversation with the Seth Rogen character at one point. He's like, all you talk about is masturbation and farting. He's like, are you trying to get laid? Which is a pretty funny joke from him, given Adam Sandler got famous by talking about those very things, right? And so in hindsight, especially, it's just like Apatow trying to make a movie that he, like, let me see if I can do something different. And obviously he can't.
What I did like about this movie is at the beginning and then peppered throughout the movie, you have these very real home videos and pictures of these
that was pretty
actors
cool.
and actresses.
Yeah.
I really liked the inclusion of that because it felt natural. And I mean, comedian, perfect. It just slots right in.
Well, it also helped that Apatow and Sandler lived together and so at the very beginning, that scene of doing prank calls was actual footage from actual prank calls that they did.
And then he's still married, I believe, right, to Leslie Mann. And so, like, you're going to have all of her old pictures and footage too that you can lean on as well.
I think you're dead on, Josh, with the Apatow trying to think he was more than he capable of doing this kind of a more serious film, number one, and trying to mix the two and all. And I think it was a little more ambition than he was able to pull off. Secondly, on the comedy, I talked to I've talked to both Jonah Hill and
Rogen.
Seth Rogen. I was thinking, Seth, both, and they talk about, both of them did independently, that in these kind of movies, that they're like, the jokes are kind of written out or thought out before, but if you can think of something better while it's going on, then you improv it. So it's not 100% improv, but it might be idea, actual joke improv. And they say for the actors, the issue was this: you expect the joke that's coming, so you don't lose it right on camera. And they pull something completely out of the blue, right? As opposed to doing a pure improvisation, you're always ready for the improv. Here, you don't know what improv you're going to get, whether it's going to be improv, whether it's going to be scripted, whether it's going to go completely off the rails. And both of them said that. But particularly, it struck me that you could see here that Jonah Hill was going to become how do you want to say? He is now a pretty highly respected actor of all on drama, comedy, everything. You can see elements in that, in his performance of, I can be more than just this funny guy.
The one of the things that was authentic about this was the stand-up material.
Oh, absolutely.
Apatow had Sandler and Rogen and Hill write their own stand-up for their characters, and then they filmed it in front of a live audience. So those are actually, they're performing in front of people who haven't heard the jokes, and it's their jokes. And so when some of them, because there's some, especially with the younger comics, the jokes are kind of falling flat, and they're not totally fleshed out. That was very authentic.
I wonder how hard that has to be, Kent, for them. It's like, write jokes that aren't like the best. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe it's easy because they know what a good joke is and what a bad joke is. Like, I thought the one of the better scenes of the movie, it comes early. It's right after Rogen and Sandler's characters get connected, and they go to, what was the party that they were at?
It was MySpace.
MySpace.
Oh, yeah.
So first of all, hilarious. Like, wow, what a moment in time that it's MySpace. But how Rogen has to do, a few minutes to kill time, and he just takes all of the jokes that he'd already written for Adam Sandler, which are admittedly pretty funny, and then Sandler's pissed about it. Like, I thought that was one of the, again, like the first hour-ish, it's still not my favorite Judd Apatow, Seth Rogen movie, but there's so much more there that I really enjoy versus what happened over the course of the final 45 minutes to an hour.
Honestly, one of the funnier parts of the movie was the cameo by James Taylor. in that at that party because he had a couple of lines in there. You know, he had one line that was a joke that they were going to do, and I can't repeat the two lines, but it was that was some of the funnier stuff in the movie was James Taylor, because you don't associate James Taylor with what he says.
I did like the Craigslist joke a lot.
That was a great joke.
This movie, so I love stand-up. Growing up, I would record stand-up on my DVR just because it's one of my favorite things. This movie made me, after I was done, want to watch one of my old favorite stand-ups because I wanted to watch something that connected with me more than what they were doing in the jokes. It felt like an appetizer. So I threw on an old Bo Burnham special right after. Also because I'm still mad that Bo Burnham didn't get more.
I mean, Nick, in the movie, in the real life, he's like 19 years old.
I know. I think he was doing a show at that point. He already had a couple specials by then.
Rogan, I talked to him right after this movie, like for his next movie, which was that Get Him to the Greek with Russell Brand. And it was an Apatow produced movie. So I asked him specifically about because that was his most recent movie, and I did say, is it hard to tell jokes that suck, right? Like in the movie, right? And he said no. He said exactly what you said. He said, I know it's a bad joke and it was intentional here. And he said the worst thing was people actually laughed at that crap, and we told them, like, if it's not funny, don't fake the laugh, because the studio audience obviously knew it was a movie and thought they were supposed to laugh at all the
jokes. No, they're supposed to react naturally.
They're supposed to be mad.
Well, Kent, too, I know really famous stand-ups have told stories before about, like, you reach such a level of fame where, like, you can just say, hello, good to be here. And people are like, ha, ha, ha. Like, they are just so ready and so eager to laugh. And so you wonder if that happened. Like, you guys got to chill out. We're making a movie. You don't have to laugh at
Tim Robinson, you see his face and you're like,
and you immediately start laughing. Yeah. Exactly. Had you seen this before?
Nope.
Or was that your first
That's
time?
why I picked it, because
This
I'd
was my
not
first
seen
time
it.
seeing it, too.
I had not seen it.
It's gotten memory hold just because we've done some other movies from that era. We did Tropic Thunder, a year ago or whatever it was. It gets lost for a viable reason. You know why people don't really talk about it a whole lot anymore.
I don't know if I'll ever go back. And
Also,
watch it.
Seth this was the only second time. Seth Rogen it's so crazy how young everybody is. Like, I know passage of time, like, but man, like, you see him immediately and it's like, holy crap.
It is kind of fun that you can see how an actor looks and you can kind of date when the movie was, like Jonah Hill. He looks nothing like that.
And they make, I thought one of the things that was funny was that they're commenting on Rogen's weight, and because that was a conversation that was happening with him in real life, that people were like, I don't know if he's going to be as funny anymore. He's not as fat. Like, that was a real thing that people were saying. And so
what happened to Jonah Hill?
He lost a ton of weight. Yeah. And so I thought, I actually kind of laughed at that stuff too. Funny people.
On HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Next week, I'm guessing it's a Christmas movie.
No, John,
Are we going right into holiday month? Holly Jolly Christmas month?
No, never. Next
Thanksgiving
week
month?
is Halloween. We are not doing Halloween, but I did want to do one more movie with some horror flair to it.
Thank you, Josh.
Stop it, John. I didn't realize, Kent, that this movie was available on streaming, and so I'm breaking my rule of having seen it already. It just came out in theaters a couple of months ago, and I'm very excited to rewatch it. We are doing Weapons, which is now available on HBO Max. Just came out it came out in August. I was there opening night. It was a wonderful experience. I look forward to watching it.
Paige and I both wanted to watch this movie, so great pick.
Thank you very much.
How do you know it's a great pick?
Kent, I couldn't believe it. Austin mentioned it on the Happer show earlier today. It must have just went up, like, literally today.
Okay, because I'm like, what? Because that was still in theaters, like the first part of September.
Yep. Yeah. I thought that I was going to have to wait many more months to watch it. So,
Bigley says awful movie.
Bigley, you're an idiot. No offense. No offense. Hey, at least I didn't pick. So this is Zach Krager. He did this movie. I mean, I could have picked The Barbarian, which
also is Justin Long.
Yeah,
I love Barbarian.
That's a wild movie. I rewatched it. Right, I don't know how you would have felt about Barbarian. Kent, the other one that I was thinking about was the Demi Moore movie. What's it called? That was up for the Oscar last year.
G.I. Jane?
No, The Substance. But Odson said he said that John would be very critical and say, "Why did you make us watch this?" So I decided to go with Weapons instead.
So I'll pick
is
it
it
next
all
week.
the time? Everyone,
You didn't like that I picked a horror movie. That's why. You are very critical of all of our picks.
No, I was only critical of having to have a theme month. That's all. That's all.
Nice.
The Substance is really
Okay.
good. Scott.
I'm going to watch it soon.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm definitely going
if
to
it's
watch
good,
it.
it's good.
Well,
I don't
Weapons is
care.
awesome, so I look forward to talking
Well,
about
not
it.
according to Bigley. He says it's off.
Again, Bigley's an idiot. No offense, Bigley.
All right, Kent. Prediction time. Oh boy, last week. Woo!
Not great, Kent.
Not great at all. And now they get to be drugged down into the swamp by Northwestern.
Yes. So my theory is good old-fashioned rock fight coming up. Two not real good teams throwing rocks at each other for 60 minutes. So I'm going to say 20-17 Nebraska.
All right.
That's a wild. That's based on absolutely nothing. So.
Yeah. Evil Kent says
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
if there's that many points scored in this game, holy cow.
What happened? Who broke?
That means
Wild.
basically it means that the Alamo Bowl in 2000 broke out, but both sides scored.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, if 38 total points are scored in this game, 38 total, it would be a miracle.
Probably.
It really would be.
It probably would. The total is at 44.5, and I think it's too high.
Yeah,
honestly.
I just don't. I don't think either one of these teams is capable of like hanging 40 on somebody, unless it's some FBS, FCS.
FCS like Houston Christian.
Yeah,
exactly.
it seems very difficult. Very difficult to do.
All right, Kent, we'll have an enjoyable weekend. We'll see you up in the press box tomorrow, I presume.
Yes, at the lovely 11 a.m. game. The good news is I'm home by 5.
That's true.
It's going to be so nice.
And
it's
I'll
going to be so
here
nice.
in Omaha by 5.
I will be at home by 5 after I do bigger overreaction from here until about 4:30.
Oh, cover your ears, John. I'll probably be at a Halloween party.
Uh-oh, John hates that.
I don't hate Halloween. I just don't think we need to put the same thing. Why don't you understand this? All right, Kent. See you later.
Bye, Kent.
Kent Wolgamont joining us as he does every week in the movie club.
Michael Sevier writes, The Substance is one of the most unique, strange, and intriguing movies I've ever watched.
Oh, so when we do that, let's make sure to get Michael in here for movie club.
Perfect.
Let's get Michael in here because I don't want Johnny to get bad about my movie.
I mean, you're the one who picked funny people, so, tough luck.
I'd not seen it.
I know. You got to pick better movies. That's the goal, right? Isn't the goal to pick good movies? I picked Quiet Place Day One.
The goal is
I apologize.
The goal isn't necessarily to have a preconceived notion going in. The goal is to pick movies. Sure. And in a lot of cases,
want them to be good, don't you?
Movies that you haven't seen before.
You want them to be good, though, right?
Well, of course you do, but you don't know that going in.
You even liked the bad movie that I picked that one time.
What was that?
Amplitude.
Well, that's because of that one scene.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this, 2011 Nebraska.
And another Eric Collins game. We can't escape this man.
I worked with that guy. He got in trouble.
Did you call him Brownie too?
No.
The lead singer of Coldplay, Chris Martin?
No, Nick, not that Chris Martin. That was Eric Collins. Oh, that was Chris Martin.
Yes.
I'm an idiot.
All right. It's time for some keys. It's time for some predictions. It's time for betting trends and a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing and the Jack Mitchell Super Friends Roundtable will be also coming up right here on 1620 The Zone. But first, shout out to Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. Been talking a lot about the football action out there, but the NBA has started. It is back, and you can enjoy it right here in Nebraska if you download the Underdog Fantasy app. I saw that the game went into overtime, and I thought, absolutely, I got this.
Which one was that?
I had Steph going over.
Oh,
and I had Jokic going over, and Jokic dropped the ball. If he'd have hit the three at the end, he wouldn't have dropped the ball.
Come on, Jokic.
But you can still have fun. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download the Underdog Fantasy app, and you can pick players from across the league. You can go higher or lower on a lot of different categories. You can win up to 5,000 times your money, Josh.
You can indeed, John. How about Big Vic? Victor Wembanyama, 44.5 combined points, rebounds, and assists. Perhaps you could go higher on that one. I know I would, because I want to root for him all throughout the season. And so as they play the Pellies tonight, take a look at that. Maybe you go lower on Zion and you put together something right there. Those two could win almost 3 times your money. Download the Underdog Fantasy app, put in our promo code 1620 the zone, get $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, it's promo code 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope. There was one beer.
Come on, finish the song!
You made it. Bump,
I'm still waiting until that's done.
I always hit it right for the end.
Woo! Happy One Beer Friday.
Brought to you by Cross Steering Brewing, makers of the official craft beer, the Huskers Cornhusker Crusher. But today, we are going with different varieties. I am doing the Heisen Hop.
Yes.
As in Heisenberg
Oh,
from
that's
Breaking Bad. The can even has a Heisen or a Breaking Bad theme to it. It's an Italian style Pilsner.
Italian.
Oh, the panino, the campino. Oh, we're going to get to the Daddy Rozier. Hey, Daddy, don't play in the game. We're taking the under.
Giuseppe, and Luigi.
What are you having, Nick?
I'm having the Koala Tears. It's a sour ale with cherry, vanilla, cream cheese powder, and lactose.
I'm trying something called a Hazy India Pale Ale.
What?
You are so one-dimensional.
No, I'm not. I love lots of beers. I just love IPAs the most. And I don't want to take the ones that you guys are going to have because I'm usually the IPA guy. I haven't had this one before.
Josh, thank
What?
you. Thank you for not taking a beer that I plan on having.
Bingo. This is a funky nectar, so it's a variation of the fairy nectar, which of course is what made Cross-Train famous. A tropical vacation for your taste buds. How about them apples, John? This thing is awesome. This is a fermented version of our flagship hazy IPA. The unique yeast will continue to change the flavor of this beer over time. It's tasty. I'm happy that I finally got a chance to try. I saw it when we were there on Friday last week, and it was good. Also, Laszlo writes, Gorlami.
You speak the most Italian.
What a movie. Now that is a 5-star banger.
That's a bingo.
Yeah, that's a bingo. Golly.
By the way, this beer.
What do you got for us, John?
The Heisen Hop.
Yeah.
It's brewed in honor of Royce, who was their brewer. He was recently diagnosed with stage 4 adenocarcinoma after a persistent cough. Tumors were discovered in the lungs, brain, bones, and liver. Despite this, Royce is maintaining a positive outlook on life through his diagnosis. Thank you for supporting our valued team member with this beer. So this is for you, Royce, and this is for all of you. And this One Beer Friday, send us your picks. What are you drinking? Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Nick will find one of you at random, slide into your DMs, and hook you up with $25 to Cross-Strain, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday.
And this is a weekend-long contest. So this weekend, shoot us your beers.
Every day can be One Beer Friday for you this week.
And away we go. Series 18th meeting. Nebraska leads 10-7. Nebraska won 7 of the first 10. But in the last 6 meetings since 2018, the teams have alternated wins and losses. The last game
John, no.
was a Nebraska win.
No.
So,
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Outside of Nebraska double-digit wins in 21, 16, and 14, the other 10 meetings in the Big Ten era have been one-possession games. Famously, the first 4 games in this series, which were all non-conference, were double-digit margins for the victor. We just watched one of them, the 66-17 shelling of Northwestern in the 2000 Alamo Bowl.
So that's interesting. If Nebraska wins, they do so in fairly comfortable fashion, if not
Mostly.
outright comfortable fashion. If not, the game is super stressful. It started like we were watching for 5 seconds before we turned on F1 or whatever this is. We were watching the 2011 game, which that game was the first of the series since they joined the league, and it was maybe the most depressing of Nebraska's loss. Well, I mean, Frost people would say the onside kick, but that one, Nebraska's a top 10 team. And they lose, and thus they don't even get to win the division.
Aren't all of Nebraska's one-score wins dramatic?
2012, the missed field goal. Now I got to remember.
And they had to come back from a couple scores down. The Hail Mary
in 2013,
and then didn't the walk-on kid come in and kick the game-winning field goal
in 2019?
Yes.
And then in 2023. That one, Nebraska had to like hold on for dear life. It was an 8-point win, so like there was a little bit of extra room. But you're right; they've
all
been
been
very,
dramatic.
very dramatic. Yikes!
To the betting trends, Huskers are a 7.5-point favorite. Total is 44.5. Nebraska 2-5 against the spread. The spread differential is only +2. That's because they blew out the 2 times they covered. They are famously 0-5 against the spread against the Power 4.
Yeesh.
Meanwhile, Northwestern is 5-2 against the number, 4 wins in a row, spread differential +49. In the series, Nebraska's only 4-9 ATS versus Northwestern, and the total has gone 5-7-1 in the Big Ten era.
Wow.
Nebraska as a 7-point or greater home favorite for the 4th time this season. They covered against Akron and Houston Christian. They won but did not cover against Michigan State. Last year, Big Red lost twice in this spot outright to UCLA and Illinois. They have lost 8 times outright as a 7 or greater point home favorite since 2016. So they've lost 8 times in this spot going back to 2016.
Not good.
Wildcats are 3-7 straight up and 5-5 against the number in their last 10 games as a 7-point or greater road dog, but all 3 of the wins are under David Braun. This year against Penn State. Last year, they blew out Maryland by 27 as a 10.5-point dog. And then in 2023, they beat Wisconsin by double digits as a 12-point underdog. Those represent 3 of the 4 such outright wins in similar spots since 2018. The Cats had lost 13 straight when they were road dogs of 7 or more under Pat Fitzgerald. Also, Northwestern enters an idle week next week, but going into an idle week, they're just 1-4 when that last game before the break is a road game. And when it comes to historic results in the last 5 seasons, the team like Nebraska, who is favored by between 6 to 8 points, has won 74% of the time. The team like Northwestern has only won 26% of the time. The team like Nebraska covers the spread at a 58% clip in the last 5 college football seasons.
Let me give you one more note from Bill Connolly. Wildcats 4 wins in a row, and over the past 3, they have overachieved against SP Plus projections by 19.6 points per game. So, I mean, you can apply that to the point spread as well with what they've been able to do. Keys.
Floor is yours.
Let it begin. Lunch pail. Key number 1, bring it. Bring your lunch pail. Northwestern certainly is going to with their run game, averaging 39.6 carries per game this year. We've been talking about it all week. 42.3 carries per game is the number in Big Ten play, John. Last week, 50 carries, 50 rushes in their 19-zip win over Purdue. The wild part is that their success rate is fine. 46th best in the country this year. So they are just okay, and yet they still want to run down your throat. There's no doubt that that is what they will try to do from the jump, especially given, John, that Nebraska's success rate in defending the run after last week is now down to 111th in the entire country. So let's see if Nebraska can get their act together in that regard. Key number 2, do unto others as they do to you. I'm changing up what the good book says, but just for this key. We will have some
Hater of
words.
God.
No, just trying to help Nebraska win. We will have some words for Nebraska's passing operation in just a moment. But Preston Stone has struggled this year when the heat is on. What's that song? The heat is on. I was thinking about the Lancers when I hear that.
Turn to
Heat
Stone
is
by ELO.
on. Oh,
I turn to stone.
yeah. See, we're just thinking of music because we're musical boys. We're of music. Some
We're
would say.
singing of music. That's a Tim Robertson quote.
Tim Robinson, you mean? Stone is facing pressure, John, on just 25.6% of his dropbacks, which is 33rd fewest nationally. So teams aren't getting pressure on him. But when they get to him, they struggle. His completion percentage drops all the way to 27%. He's from 4 picks on just 37 attempts. Can Nebraska do what they have been unable to do? And can Nebraska do what teams have done to them? If they can, I really, really like their chances. Key number 3. And this is now when we talk about Nebraska's passing operation. Have some respect for yourselves is what I'm talking about here. You know the numbers. 25 sacks now allowed in 2025. All of those sacks are against the 5 Power 4 opponents. They gave up 9 sacks last week. John, I keep saying it. Video game numbers, pretend numbers. It's an absolute joke. And after last week against Minnesota, I would hope that how Matt Rule has spoken about them fits with how they feel. Everyone has been taken to task. Dana Holgerson in the play calling, offensive line and their lack of protection, Dylan Raiola and his decision-making and pocket presence overall. This cannot be allowed to happen again. Meanwhile, we had some of the pressure numbers for Hubbard, Kilbane, and Saka over the course of the last couple of days, 23, 18, and 17. That's 58 combined pressures. Only 11 sacks this year, though, for Northwestern. Have some respect for yourself. Don't allow them to get to your quarterback. And if they do, did you hear what Kellen Moore told the broadcasters of the NFL on Fox on Sunday, which was Kevin Kugler and Daryl Moose Johnson? Did you hear what he said that they gave? I know you were watching Bears Saints. Well, how could you miss that? You support your friend Kevin Kugler. Kellen Moore said quarterbacks have a lot to say in sacks, and they have a lot of ways to get out of it. Great quote from Kellen Moore. I wrote that down in my notebook. I finally got to it today. Have some damn respect for yourself, Nebraska, on offense especially. Finally, bending and breaking. We assume that there will be some bending in this game. Nebraska's offense has been able to move the ball into the red zone and the red zone plus area. They're 25th best at getting quality drives. Meanwhile, Northwestern, solid 38th best rate. But what about when you get into those areas? Nebraska, 69th.
Nice.
In the country, finishing with only 3.46 points per trip. Northwestern's defense, after allowing the teams in at a solid rate, they are 12th best at keeping them from scoring. Other side of the ball, Northwestern, good at moving. Nebraska, good at not allowing teams to move. But when Northwestern gets into red zone plus, 124th in the country. Nebraska, 93rd in the country at allowing teams to score points inside of the red zone plus. There will be bending. Who will break? That is key number 4.
First key, no Dana disaster. Last Friday was one of the more incompetent game plans and execution of said game plans we have seen in a while. Did players miss assignments, miss reads, miss a lot of things? Yes. That said, 38 called passes to 16 called runs is never a good thing, especially when your offensive line blocks like a sieve blocks water in pass pro. That the Maryland game plan was not copied and repeated to a large extent was baffling beyond belief. So we try this again. Run the damn ball. Establish it. Embrace it. Welcome to the family. Welcome it to the family like a cute new puppy. Remember how the kids, they just squeeze that puppy and the puppy's like, geez, man, let me go. You got to get the ball out of the hands of Dylan Raiola faster. Motion, jet sweeps, screens, quick game. Jack Mitchell and I discovered this morning, rewatching part of the Cincinnati game.
Yeah.
2 out of the first 3 passes in that game were quick reads against that 3 deep shell. It was a couple of steps, read, throw it. Get Northwestern moving sideline to sideline. You don't need a lot of points to win this game. In my opinion, style points don't matter. Pretty doesn't matter. Being intelligent and playing to your strengths while downplaying your weaknesses does. Key 2, jam the run, tame the wildy.
Game the beast.
It looks like wild with an E, but it's pronounced wildy.
Yeah, one of us actually said it wrong yesterday.
Northwestern is going to run the ball. We know this. The numbers are good, not spectacular. 7th in the league in yards per carry, but near the bottom in rushing touchdowns. But they want to shorten the game and slow it up. Expect Nebraska to come heavy to this fight. But that also means they won't deploy as much in the back end in case of a surprise pass. Griffin Wilde has more than double the catches of the next nearest receiver and double the targets. He is unquestionably Preston Stone's relief valve and favorite target.
Oh, yeah.
Will John Butler switch things up tomorrow? Will he decide instead of just placing Sierra Wright in the slot, could he put Sierra Wright exclusively or almost exclusively on Wilde? Now, it would be a radical departure from what he's done, but I would not mind this move. Make one of the other receivers beat you. Key 3, swarm to the ball. With apologies to Jim Harbaugh, Northwestern breaks tackles with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Nice, good reference.
4.08 yards after contact. That is a half yard better than Indiana. That is a full yard better than Ohio State. They had 208 yards rushing by their running backs on the ground against Oregon. 162 came after contact. Nebraska's got to attack the ball carrier and prevent leaky yards. But this is how Northwestern lives, especially Komalafi, their number one running back. If he is moving that pile an extra 2 to 4 yards every time he touches the ball, Nebraska better hope they are playing from ahead or they won't be by game's end. And finally, get ready to fight. Northwestern is like an alligator. Alligators, when they kill their prey, don't kill them by chomping them to pieces on land. No, they get out, they lurk, they grab their prey, and they drag their prey back into the swamp and drown their prey, and then they eat it. They're going to pass only when they feel like it. They will pass when they have to, and you have to make them pass. They will be physical. They are not impressed nor scared of any of your star rankings. In fact, that probably inspires them to play harder. You will have to be the tougher team physically and mentally. And teams like this are hard to get to play the style you want to play. So first, you have to play the game they want to play and do it better. You got to be better and tougher for longer. But the good news is what Northwestern plays is man's football. So get ready to play it and get ready to fight.
Hell yeah.
Coming up next, predictions. And then the Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell of KLIN on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. Visit the website today, krtrelief.com. Find out more information and take advantage of the great offers that they have right now. Free shipping on orders over $15, not to mention 10% off of your first order. The unique formula not only gets your muscles ready by increasing the blood flow and oxygen delivery, which will allow for a more effective warm-up, it will also help you recover faster because it soothes those tired muscles and accelerates the natural healing process. You're probably going to be dealing with a bit sorer muscles, especially if the warm-ups aren't going properly over the course of the next handful of months as it gets colder and colder. Take advantage of this and curtail that from happening and feel better throughout your process as well, whether you are going for a run, you're riding a bike, or whatever it is that you are doing. Again, visit the website, krtrelief.com. Get the free shipping on those orders over $15. And again, claim 10% off your order today, krtrelief.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Last week, pretty midweek for all of us. Josh and I each won 8. Nick won 7. The overall standings.
I'm trash.
Yeah, Nick's way behind. So Nick needs to make up some ground. Volleyball, we did this bet last week. We'll do it again. Total sets this weekend played by Nebraska, over under 6.5. Under 2 more sweeps. They haven't dropped a set since Creighton.
I agree. It starts tonight. They're going to win, and they're both at home, by the way, the next 2 days. Under.
I'll take the over. Something's got to give at some point.
Awesome. It does, but not against one of these teams.
What will the World Series be? Game 1 is tonight. Game 2 is tomorrow. What will the series be after this weekend?
I'm going to say 2-0 Dodgers.
1-1.
I agree. I think Toronto gets 1.
Okay. I don't
know why I put LAD 1-1 because it would be 1-1 of the tie.
I just want it on the record. I did not put this prop in. You did. I just want that out there.
Will Ohtani homer in either of the first 2 games?
Hell yeah, you will, John. Crack.
That's not his stance. His stance is more like this.
I'm in the chair, Nick.
Yes.
Guess what? No. I agree.
Oh, boo.
You can't see it on camera, but look what I'm doing to both of you. I wanted to put this game on here because I was genuinely curious how people would go. UCLA is getting 24.5 points at Indiana. Now, it is going to be a game they play at 9 a.m. body clock time, but I like that hook. I think UCLA covers the 24.5.
Man, I've gone back and forth on this all week. I will go with the Hoosiers. I'll be honest, I don't feel that great about it, but I'm going Hoosiers.
I'm going to go with UCLA.
Ole Miss in Oklahoma.
Oh, boy.
Ole Miss plus 5.5 at Norman against the Sooners. Nick?
Sooners.
Ole Miss coming off a really brutal loss at home. I'll agree with Nick.
It's a clean sweep.
Bummer.
OU.
I want Ole Miss to win.
Diego Pavia. And Vanderbilt hosting Missouri. Plus 2.5. Tigers are plus 2.5. Can Vandy do it again? Hell yes. Give me the doors.
The doors.
Yeah, who am I?
Light my fire, am I right?
The Whistler is back.
I was going to make the same joke. I was going to say, who am I? Jim Morrison doing something to my hang low on stage? Yeah, doors. Commodores.
Same.
Okay.
Wow.
Right? Wasn't that him that did that?
I have no idea.
All the rock stars back then did weird crap.
Diego Pavia combined rushing and passing yards, 260.5.
Over. The march for the Heisman continues.
Over.
Clean sweep. BYU trying to stay undefeated, plus 2.5 at Iowa State. Nick?
Iowa State.
Kind of figured you'd go there.
BYU, 2 emotional games in a row. Give me the Clones.
Oh, my.
Clean sweep again? Are you going to try to go against?
You know what? I'm going to change it up.
Nice.
I was going to go with Iowa State. I'm going to go with BYU.
Thanks for the point, John.
Mark Gronowski in the Floyd of Rosedale game, plus 33.5 passing yards versus Minnesota quarterback Drake Lindsey.
Lindsey.
Another clean sweep.
Man, we've agreed too much. I think we're going to agree on this one, too.
Texas A&M, a 2.5 point favorite in Tiger Stadium.
You start.
I'm going with future Penn State coach.
Hell yeah.
Brian Kelly.
I like it.
The wrong team is favored.
Oh, my goodness. We
I know.
can't break away. All right, we got to break away on this one. Who wins by more? Texas Tech is playing Oklahoma State. Indiana is playing UCLA. Oregon is playing Wisconsin. Nick, who wins by the most points?
Oregon, Wisconsin.
Does he get the point if Wisconsin somehow wins by the most points?
Yes, I guess he would.
Why not? Let's do it.
For me, it's down to it's either Tech or Oregon. I'm gonna go Tech. For some reason, I just feel like Oregon's gonna be kind of nice.
I think Tech's gonna be pissed off, and Oklahoma State is bad. Texas Tech. NFL. Lamar Jackson is back.
Folks.
The Bears are plus 6.5.
The Bears.
And I don't give a damn.
The Bears have
I'm
won.
taking Chicago.
Whoa!
I'm
really?
taking Chicago.
Backs against the
I'm
wall.
a believer.
Kitchen sink game. Have to have it. I'll take Baltimore one more time. And if they lose, then so be it.
I mean, I'm
Goodbye
getting 6.5
season.
points.
I understand. It's a smart play. I'm going Baltimore.
I'm going to take the Bears.
Whoa. I'm on an island.
Lamar might be a tiny bit rusty.
Waiting all day for Sunday night. Aaron Rodgers in a primetime fight. The Packers are -3 at the Steelers, and both teams are wearing bad uniforms.
Oh, are they wearing dumb crap?
Yeah, the Packers are going all white, and the Steelers are going with. It's not the Bumblebee throwbacks, but it's a different throwback.
Brown throwbacks. Yuck. I don't like this, but I think Aaron Rodgers is going to get some revenge and be cocky about it. Give me the Steelers. Wrong team might be favored.
I will always fade Aaron Rodgers.
Either that or Micah Parsons will break him in half.
Packers.
I know mid. 4-1-1. The mid boys.
I'm taking Pittsburgh.
They're the 1 seed right now in the NFC. It's so
what was that other? What was that one? What's that last one? What game was that?
they allowed their really good defense allowed Dallas to score 40.
They don't really have it that good.
But did they beat Dallas in that game?
No, they tied actually.
Oh,
can't believe you didn't put Cowboys Broncos. A little surprised.
Well, we ran out of room because we had so many other games. Nebraska sacks allowed tomorrow. Over under 4.5.
Over.
Really? I don't think there's going to be. I don't think Stargazer is going to make an appearance tomorrow. I'll take the under.
I'm going to agree. I think Nebraska can keep it under 5. I'm going to take the under, believe it or not. Emmett Johnson rush yards over under 89.5.
Over.
Give me the over.
I feel like Holgo is going to trigger me a little bit. Under.
Wow, so much for your stupid little hive.
4 carries for 80 yards, and he doesn't give him a 5th.
4 carries for 80 yards. He ain't. I don't know about that. Griffin Wilde, leading receiver for Northwestern, over under receiving yards 51.5. I'm gonna take the over.
He has gone back and forth on like 40 to 50 yards and 90 plus. This week would set up for a 90 plus. Over.
Nebraska offensive plays run. Remember, Nebraska's gone 3 straight games under 60, which has not happened in over 20 years.
Oh,
Will it be 4 straight?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so Nick's going over. Josh is going under. I'm going to take the over.
Okay.
And finally, to the score. Real quick, the scoreboard on Nebraska games. Josh and I are 5-2 straight up. Nick 4-2 because he did not pick Cincinnati.
But he did pick Cincinnati.
Against the spread, though, Nick is 4-2.
Oh.
Josh is 3-4, and I'm only 2-5. But Nick is also bad against the total. He's 1-5. So, who do you like, Josh?
I honestly went back and forth on this, and I think it's going to be an ugly game. One of those really ugly Nebraska Northwestern games. I think Nebraska will make a couple plays late, allow them to get the victory, 22-18. So I like Nebraska to win, Northwestern to cover, the under, and a real miserable time, honestly, on overreaction.
Weird scores.
I do love weird scores.
I mentioned earlier, this was a really hard game for me to pick just because it just feels so back and forth, but I think ultimately it'll come down to it's at Memorial Stadium. So Nebraska is going to barely win, 21-17.
I did kind of pick a weird score. I was going to go 14-11 because I thought Dylan would get hit for a safety, but then I decided that Northwestern will kick 4 field goals instead.
14
Nebraska
12?
14, Northwestern 12.
Whoa, that is weird.
Jack Mitchell in the Super Friends Roundtable coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Can everyone in the chat hear me? Hello. I'm being seen on the screen. Maybe not. Wow. I don't even know who typed that, but that was weirdly mean. Oh, it was John. It's a little more acceptable if it's John. Entertain us. Sorry, I couldn't wear a hat today. You're right. It does. I need to. There. That looks. It looks better in the mirror. I occasionally don't wear a hat. I got to be on TV tonight. Unfortunately, it's not a good angle. Maybe I need my light on, my ring light. Although I don't want to reach back there and touch something I shouldn't. DJ. I was just prepping for one. I'm doing a DJ session tonight for the I-80 Club members. Maybe I'll stream it live on the public on Twitch one of these nights. It can be. I can stream my mixes on Twitch. I was just putting a really good mix between Elton John and Kendrick Lamar together. And so it's real good. And if those of you aren't in the I-80 Club, don't believe me, I'm a weirdly good DJ, like for a almost 50-year-old dude who like mashup DJ. Famed DJ Shadow Stevens. You have got to be no younger than me to know who. The only person I think of as Shadow Stevens is Jim J. Bullock. I hope I have sound when they start. I can't hear anything. I wonder if I should test that. Settings. Yeah, it looks like we're good. Shut up. Echo, turn on basement lights.
Here we go on a Friday. It's the Super Friends Roundtable, and joining us from his home studio because KLIN's in the middle of volleyball
pregame.
It's let me get this out here. Volleyball pregame. There he is, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, dressed for success tonight.
Yeah, he looked. Why are you so? Oh, that's right. You're on TV tonight. Look at this.
Oh, this will be like watching Dick Vitale. About the same age, same hair follicles.
Wow, you two ball jokes already. Poor Jack.
Yeah, there's plenty there. That looks good. That looks good. That's a lot.
Come on.
Jack, listen, I just to be clear, I have requested from. I mean, I've suggested, maybe is the better word, to my wife that I go the full shave, and she is against it. Which I don't understand.
Really?
Yeah, she's very against it. And I was like, why? Do you really into this? Do you love this? That's what you are. I mean, good Lord. I mean, why?
Could you try it and see if she likes it? I mean, the rest of it will grow back.
Do say you're like, I was shaving my beard and I accidentally took some off and I had to just take it off.
Yeah, you know, it is sad because for whatever reason, it looks so much better in the mirror than it does on pictures and video. Like, it really fools you when you look in the mirror. I don't know why it is.
Oh,
jeez. I know, it sucks. I mean, this is what I look like. I mean, it's not a joke. This is what I look like. I'm a man. I'm a human.
I know.
Yeah, he's a human, John. Take him out for full screen. That you're just being hurt.
Well, hold on. He's gonna be on News Channel Nebraska. He's gonna be seen by millions of people, or at least 1.9 million people.
I'll be across the state tonight on over-the-air television.
What is the game tonight?
Pius and Waverly from Aldrich.
I heard that Pius is doing a dark halftime show. Like the halftime show, the lights will be out.
Oh, I thought you were saying like dark.
I saw it this morning on the
material.
News. No.
Really?
They're not going to be the stand. Yeah, they're apparently turning the lights out for the halftime.
For like glow in the dark stuff, or what are we doing?
Yeah, it's going to be a replay of the 1984 Orange Bowl halftime, and then when the lights come on, all the Miami fans throw their glow sticks at the Nebraska section.
Hey, if it's a remake of the 1994 Orange Bowl, that means Nell Carter's coming to break. Give me a break, I sure do need.
Remember, he always
give
gets
me
the
a
Orange
break.
Bowl.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because 94 Orange Bowl was the loss to Florida State.
Yeah, he always gets it wrong.
I thought Nell Carter was the Florida State Orange Bowl. Was she the Miami Orange Bowl?
Oh, maybe it was. I don't know. I just wanted to talk about Nell Carter. I didn't think we were going to get an almanac out. Correct me on 8 different
Osborne did
listen,
talk about the elephants that were marching on the field.
I said 2 facts, and then I did a Nell Carter impersonation, and you each fact-checked me on a different fact that I said. And meanwhile, I'm singing, give me a break, I sure do need one.
Jack, before we get into the game, you and I recorded a podcast last night. Your headphones were exploding. It seems like they're fixed now. What's happening?
Apparently, I just needed to switch the USB port that they were in. I don't know.
Oh, that's exciting news.
That's
I talked to him, and here's what he did. Here's what he did to me. I said, "Hey, Jack," and he went.
Oh,
that's what he did to me.
It was like doing big red overreaction with Jimmy Allen.
Into the walls.
Bigley.
Yeah, it was just
Bigley. Tootie was not on Gimme a Break.
Rudy Tootie?
Wow,
No, Tootie was on
is Facts of Life, but that's
Please get it right.
Problematic.
Oh, is that an all blank people look-alike?
Yeah.
Is that what that was?
Yep.
Yikes. That's a tough look.
All black teenage actresses look alike.
I would never say that.
Yeah. Actually,
What did you call Michael earlier?
Jack's Nell Carter is pretty good. I mean, he kind of hits the notes there.
Really?
Yeah.
Good job by you, Jack.
Hey, give me a break. Is that on Hulu or anything? I haven't seen it.
Strangely, on all of these, digital channels that all the TV networks or TV
digital channels,
like
streaming services.
What do they call it? My TV.
Oh, okay. Dang, you okay? Yeah.
All those.
They're like the sub channels.
Yeah, the sub channels. I've never seen Gimme a Break being advertised.
6-2.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Hey,
channels.
it's 6-9, the nice channel.
I like that channel.
Give me a break. Weeknights at 6, right after MASH.
Nice.
All right, Super Friends Roundtable.
Let's get to the game, folks.
Matt Rule has laid it out there. As I made the joke today on Jack's show, he's laid out on the beach chair with young Brent Musburger at his side, guaranteeing a good effort tomorrow. Does it feel like an actual guarantee, a hope, or a wish cast like last week seemed to be?
Well, I mean, he had to correct himself because he said, I hope. And then he said, hold on, we will. So when he does that, it's real.
Famously, Joe Namath, I think we'll win. No, I guarantee it.
That's what people forgot about the original story.
Those damn scribes, those fake news Miami Herald reporters.
Take it in all context. You got to have all the context to it.
I don't know. It felt like that was for, I don't know. Yeah.
Now, Jack, I heard.
You think it was for show?
Yes. I mean, if he corrected, like he was worried about how it would be heard. Yes. I think. Or I don't know what's in his head. There's his mind is going a zillion miles an hour during press conferences, right? He's like got one part of his brain that talks and then a part of his brain that is like chat GPTing the rest. And I mean like brain GPTing the rest of what he says. And they're both working simultaneously. And sometimes he will skip over the talk part, right? Or sometimes he'll go, delete, and then go back and it'll start generating text again, right? Have you ever noticed that?
That is a great analogy.
Like, that's what it seems like. He has two parts of his brain, and like the speaking is always a little behind, the trailing. Sometimes like just words from the GPT part of it will come out, like just one after the other.
That is an amazing analogy. You're so right.
Jack, I heard John told me that you picked the Northwestern Wildcats on the I knew talking to you last night that you were a little down on things, maybe a little more frustrated because normally Jack is Mr. It's going to be fine. We're going to be fine. They're going to win the game. The Big Ten West stinks. What's going on right now?
Number one, I'm just telling the universe, hey, universe, I picked Northwestern. Maybe I kind of want them to win, huh? It would be okay. I'd probably be all right with that.
He wants them to win so Nebraska could go through another coaching search.
Classic Jack always wants to fire the coaches, always wants to get rid of them. I don't like this guy. Bring in a new coach.
Here's a weird thing, guys. One of my shticks, one of the stereotypes about me is Jack always thinks the opponent is less good than the Husker General fan base does.
100%.
I feel like that's the opposite this week. I am still Northwestern is the best of the 4 teams Nebraska's playing in October. I'll say it. Granted, we didn't think that when we were ranking them and we did all these things at the beginning of October, but I think Northwestern is the best team. It's inarguable that of the resumes, they've got the best resume of any of the 4 teams that they played in October.
Yeah.
Hey, Mo, want to challenge me on that?
Nope.
Got the best resume.
No, I won't.
Beat UCLA, beat Penn State, was relatively close to Oregon, who goes to Rutgers and beats them by 50, right? Or anyone, just absolutely blows them out of the water. They did lose to Tulane in that first game. You were at that game, right, Josh? No,
I saw them the next week though, and they did not look like Western Illinois. And they did not look, Jack, that game like a very good team. And I told this we had the voice of the game tomorrow for FS1, Connor Onion, on earlier. And I told him, being there, I watched that game thinking, nice that Nebraska gets Northwestern this year. I think they're going to take care of business. And now, I picked Nebraska for the record. You were, we did that right before you came on. I picked Nebraska to win by 4. I do not feel anywhere like I thought I would all the way back at the beginning of September.
I don't know. It just, I very much could be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong, because it feels like Matt Rule did so much coming into this year to get sort of the mental place of this program. It feels like he was so intentional about it, and it feels like he made all the right moves in the first month of the season for it, from really being intentional about making sure they kept the intensity up at Akron. And I thought when he was doing stuff like that, he was sort of building them up for these types of games during the year. And if it's true, and I got to make sure, because he said a lot of things, and so I'm not sure. First of all, I said some of the coaches thought that Northwestern, that I don't know, they were over
Minnesota.
preparing for, or excuse me, Minnesota. They were kind of over preparing for.
He thought
and then
some of the assistants thought Matt Rule was overselling Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah. And then he also thought that at halftime they were so down, and he talked about being entitled, right? That they were tied or basically down 1 to Minnesota at that point. And man, I thought he had them out of that. I completely thought he had them out of that. And I was talking to John about this today, and another one of my things that I've gone back to for 15 years is, for whatever reason it is, this program has been reluctant to say they want to beat opponents because of who they are, right? 100%. To talk about opponent. Yet, how many people did you hear say after that game, well, PJ Fleck in Minnesota just get up for Nebraska, right? They love beating Nebraska. Their fans stormed the field, right? It's still happening. It's still happening, I think. I think it happened there. I don't think there was any fire about it being Minnesota. I don't know when that's going to happen in a game. It happened with Colorado. They got it done for Colorado, right? I thought Matt Rule was trying to create it and trying to build that within his team, and maybe he did behind closed doors, but I can't believe you're hearing that story again, right? To some degree, like they just that, or whether it's from Matt Rule himself or just people who watched it, right? Yeah. And just saying, man, they've got, and Matt, PJ Fleck after the game, he's always poking afterwards. I would be too.
Yeah.
Always put like they love beating Nebraska. Nebraska doesn't love beating anyone. Isn't that weird?
Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't
feel like Nebraska, but it's okay to celebrate beating a conference rival because of who they are. Yeah. And saying, yeah, we kind of don't like them, even if you're saying it behind closed doors.
I could make the argument that the order of these games is wrong. Nebraska needs to be playing SC this week and not
100%
and not Northwestern.
Because it'd be a helmet game.
And it'd be a helmet game. You can imagine what the conversation would be like this week if it was USC. Oh my God, the Trojans are going to come in here and just absolutely destroy Nebraska. And then Matt Rule can use that as nobody believes in you.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about, looking at the helmet, looking at the uniform and saying
it's only blank.
It's only this.
Yep.
Also, Northwestern plays the style of football that gives Nebraska a hard time.
It just gave them a hard time.
They run the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this means that USC is necessarily a better matchup, but similar to last year when Nebraska came off the horrible beating by Indiana, went to Ohio State, and played one of their best games of the season. It wasn't hard to get up for them. Or can the argument be made, hey, don't worry, they'll be fine, because last week got so much of their attention and was so bad that they'll actually be more up for Northwestern than they would have been based on how bad they played last week.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I agree with you because that USC game, it was kind of like the Ohio State game last year, right? They got blown out by Indiana and go in and perform better than anyone expected them to, right? Because there wasn't that pressure and the expectation, I guess, of the whole thing. It's crazy just how much this game represents in terms of whatever this discord has been over the last week has been a blip, or if it, has. We were right on the edge, guys. We said at the beginning of this 4-game series, or at least I did, the 4 games in October, I said, here's what happens. You go 4-0 and you've taken a step this year. It's already done. You've taken a step this year. Mm-hmm. If you go 4-0, you're at 7 wins at that point, and now it's going to be fun, right? You're going to be starting to look at playoffs and rankings and those sorts of things. 3-1, you're treading water, but it's still in the, there's still a possibility. You have work to do at the end of the season, but you can still have a good, improved, like everyone believes it was an improvement from last year. 2-2, and you can't. 2-2, and it's the same thing. That's where you are now, right? Like,
yeah,
this is unbelievably pivotal for that. And then in addition to that, I mean, goodness sakes, Matt Rule told the fans to boo if they weren't,
it's setting up, Jack, isn't it? And this,
they will.
And we're just about out of time, but this is certainly setting up for one of those cauldrons of potential negativity, isn't it? That things, and you're going to be in the building, and so I can't wait to talk to you afterwards and hear what you thought of the atmosphere. Because I thought Dave Feit, he tweeted out a couple of things earlier today where it's setting up for one of those mornings where people are mad, they're going in pre-frustrated, ready to be more frustrated. And when the first, it, man. Here's my advice to Nebraska: don't get sacked on the first drive of the game, and certainly don't get sacked on the first third down of the game, because if that happens, that place is going to be pissed, and it's going to be, and that everyone's ready to be like, I'm ready to be mad.
Be mad.
Don't give me a reason to be mad.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, it's been a while since you had one of those games, but you're right. It's a ready to be mad crowd. You're exactly right.
And when Matt Rule says, hey, I'd boo him too. I mean,
there's this permission structure,
right? And we all remember what happened a couple weeks ago when the fans were booing, and Dylan took it as they were booing the offense when they were probably booing the players. How Nebraska reacts to that and how Dylan reacts to that in the moment, if and when it happens, is going to be very telling early on, because everyone's been apologetic. Everyone's been, we take ownership. Everyone's been, this is one's on us.
Yeah.
But the real truth will be told when the fans, when they get the visceral reaction, because, fans on the road aren't going to boo you. And you're already on the road, so most of the crowd is the other team anyway, so you can't tell what's going on. But when you're playing in front of your own fans, in your own crib, and you start hearing boos and you know it's not about the referees, it's a whole different animal.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's I hate when we get to this point. Every dang year. Every year it's like you hit Columbus Day, and after that it's either losses or
Indigenous
negativity.
Peoples Day.
Thank you,
All right,
John.
Jeez, what town are you in?
Come on, thank
Our
you.
mayor's going to drive all the way back from Ashland and criticize you.
All right. So I don't know. I hate it. They need a win. I mean, give us a fun week at least leading up to USC at very least, right?
Can that even happen? Barring a blowout. I mean, let's say Nebraska wins a typical Nebraska Northwestern game. I get the sense there's going to be a lot of people that are still going to be like, it's only Northwestern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That there's almost no way you can win this game.
Lose, yeah.
There's almost no way you can win this game when in reality, this is a good win if they get it.
Which is just so ironic because that's the attitude that got Nebraska lost last week, right? Like, not by the fans, but that whole attitude. It's only so-and-so, right? It's only so-and-so. And nobody else ever says it's only Nebraska, except for maybe Ohio State last year, you know.
Well, in Minnesota, because they've won 6 in a row, and Iowa and all these others. Goodness. Well, it's going to be very interesting to hear what your experience is like sitting in the crowd tomorrow, because 11 a.m. games can be sleepy anyway. But if there's pre-angst, pre-triggered before the game even starts, it could be a rather fascinating atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a good start would be nice to get the fans. Yeah. To get the fans in, like you said,
whatever that first 10 plays is, man, whatever that first 10 plays in the script, I hope they're the best 10 plays they can run.
I hope they're getting that ball. If you see Ja'Cory Barney with a 10-yard cushion, auto fire, audible all game long. Boom, boom, right away. What's he get? 3 yards minimum? Every time. If they're playing off him, get it to him.
Bye, all right, Jack. See Jack on NCN tonight. We'll talk to you this weekend. 16:20 the pregame and Big Red Overreaction. Good night.